Okay, let's get started. Good afternoon. It's February 1st. Time is moving really fast. We're already into February 2023. February 1st, 2023. Time is 4:03 p.m. In attendance, Director Jurgensen, Director Art, Director Mel Packham. I saw Director Bankers just a few minutes back, so she must be around. And then Director Bankers is attending. Director Nelson is joining us remotely. Director Loma is supposed to join us remotely, and Director Daniels should be joining us in person in the next few minutes. So let's jump right into our agenda. The first item on the agenda is legislative update, and we have our lobbyist, Mr. Pepper, joining us remotely.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and board members, you should have a single piece of paper that Chief Odom handed out to you. I think Mr. Pepper is going to talk about some of these House bills out there. And Marcella, you can let me know when Mr. Pepper is available.
Ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Pepper.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you guys for having me today.
Okay.
So I wanted to kind of highlight some of the bills that we've seen introduced so far in the first 24 days of the legislative session. I wanted to give a brief update on school finance and the mid-year supplemental, and then I'll finish with the discussions that are currently happening around changes to the funding formula. So where I wanted to start was with House Bill 23-10003. This is the School Mental Health Assessment Program. And this will allow schools serving grades 6 through 12 to participate in the iMatter program following a mental health assessment. I will say that the way this bill is drafted, it is drafted as that schools may participate and not that schools must participate, so it is permissive in that fact. And we attended a stakeholder meeting 2 weeks ago on this bill, and within the mental health community, there were some concerns about the way the mental health assessments are being conducted, and then what happens after those are conducted. So I'm not really sure that this program will be utilized by a ton of schools or school districts due to those limitations, as well as due to the difficulty that currently exists within staffing shortages in the mental health community. But I did want to highlight that bill as one alternative, one solution that's out there to the youth mental health crisis that we are currently facing. Second bill I wanted to discuss briefly was House Bill 10009. This is the secondary school student substance use. And what this does, and this came out of the Colorado Youth Advisory Committee. That committee met over the interim and made 3 bill requests. This was one of them, and it creates a new committee in the Department of Education to develop a practice or modify an existing practice for secondary schools to implement and identify students who need substance abuse treatment, intervention, and then refer students to those substance use treatment resources. This bill does have bipartisan support the way it was written, and it was originally supposed to be heard in its first committee last week. They had to lay that over. So I assume we will see that on the calendar in the next couple weeks. This next bill I wanted to highlight the biggest reason I wanted to highlight Senate Bill 23004, and it kind of dovetails off House Bill 10003. They are trying to find additional ways to get more mental health professionals in schools. And so what Senate Bill 4 is saying, currently mental health professionals must be licensed by CDE, but there are a list of other mental health professionals that are licensed under DORA. And so what this bill does, it says if you are licensed under DORA as either a psychologist, social worker, marriage and family therapist, licensed professional counselor, or an addictions counselor, school districts would be able to hire those professionals and have them work in schools underneath a regular school mental health professional. And what they're really trying to do is increase services that are offered in schools and find different ways to serve students. I think this is an innovative approach. I think it's worth the district looking at and seeing, would this work within our existing system? And do we think it's beneficial? As of today, the bill has been scheduled for a 2/9, February the 9th committee hearing at 1:30. So I did want to highlight that as a bill that's coming up in the next couple of weeks that you'll likely be hearing more about. Finally, I wanted to talk about Senate Bill 23043. When we met a month ago, some school security questions had came forward, and what Senate Bill 23043 does is it extends the grant program with School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program from 2024 to 2029, and it annually appropriates $5 million to increase technology communication, mostly radio communication between schools and first responders. And so that's another $25 million in funding if that bill passes. It did pass unanimously out of the Senate Education Committee, and it is waiting for a hearing in the Senate Appropriations Committee. And then finally, I wanted to talk about para is always a big issue. This bill, essentially in 2020, during the COVID pandemic, the General Assembly did not make their $225 million contribution to para. They did repay most of that. There's still $35 million outstanding that hasn't been repaid. And so what this bill would do was repay the final $35 million to para. Currently, we're seeing opposition from the governor's office that they do not want to repay the full $35 million, and they're in negotiations with the Senate sponsor, Senator Chris Coker out of Arapahoe, about possibly reducing that payment or paying it back over multiple years. And then, do you want to wait to the end to do questions, or do you want to do questions on those bills now? I'll defer to you guys on how you want to do that. If not, we can keep moving.
Yeah. What's your preference, Dylan? Do you want to take questions on the bills right now?
Yeah, I'm fine either way.
Okay, let's open it up on questions on these bills that Mr. Pepper presented, or if in looking at the document that Mr. Pepper sent, any other bills that you may want to provide some feedback to Mr. Pepper on. Director Bankus, you want to go first?
Yes, I have a question about 043. When they talk about the SAFER grant, I'm assuming that that there is already statute in place for access by police. The other part of the question I'm asking is that also going to set any rules or regulations into districts that obligate them to use technology?
So this grant program has been in place since 2018, and schools apply for the grant program. And what it does is the technology essentially bridges, the school radio to the law enforcement radio. So where, usually those radios are not able to communicate, the technology allows them to talk directly to the first responders, and that's operated by the local PSAP system. So if the first responders, do want to communicate, that communication technology is there, but they can also switch it off if they need to communicate privately or on their own channel. And it does also involve a training component as well. And then the final question, I think, on does it obligate you to a technology? There are technological upgrades, cycle upgrades with this, but it does allow you to use your existing radios. So you don't have to buy new radios. You're able to use your existing radios as well.
I'm still not clear. So the radios within the security force that we have here at District 11, are you saying that it already has the capability of common communication with the police department or the first responders?
Depending on the type of radio that you guys have, it may or may not be able to communicate. This technology allows even very basic radios to communicate with law enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we apply for this grant? Does anybody know from Superintendent Gall? Have we applied for this grant?
I don't have that.
Okay. Any other questions on? Oh, yes.
Yes, Dave Allison has applied for the radio grant and put in for the max. So
In the past?
yes,
Okay.
there was one that was just due previously that would provide interoperability with our local first responders, multi-channel radio that has the private channels that District 11 uses, as well as can connect to police, fire, ambulance, etc.
Did you say they have applied for that grant in the past?
Yes, there was one that just had a deadline, I believe it was in early January, perhaps the 15th or so, that we applied for, so.
And we haven't heard back yet?
No, I think the
Sure.
timeframe is upcoming, and so we'll brief the board as soon as we have any feedback on that grant.
Thank you.
Okay, any other, Director Jurgensen?
Wondering if I could put a bill on your radar, House Bill 23-1029. It prohibits COVID-19 vaccines to minors without consent.
Oh, yeah.
Just more of a parents' rights focused approach, and was wondering if you could look into that one for us and let us know how that one's going.
Yeah, I'd be happy to add that to your bill list and track that. I don't think I currently have it on there, so after this meeting, I'll go ahead and add that and track that.
Okay, that'd be important to me. And then I do have some concerns with House Bill 23-1003 with the mental health assessment. I get the goodwill of trying to understand where our kids are at so we know how to serve them, but I've got some significant concerns. Like you already mentioned, what do they do with that data after they've administered the test? There's some concerns I read in the bill with how parents are notified based on their age. If the student's over 12, they don't have to consent in giving information to the parent. There's some very alarming things in that bill that usurps the rights of parents' informed consent on their students, in my opinion. And I think this would be a bill that I would like us to consider more of the ramifications on. Understanding that the name is saying, hey, we're focusing on student mental health. Well, what are we doing with the data? How are we using it, and how are we still aligning with what parents want for their children at whatever age they are? They're still children, whether they're in 11th grade or 12th grade or 6th grade, they're still children.
Okay, and the way I understood it, this is not mandatory. It's still at the option of the district whether we do this, even if this bill passes. Is that right, Dylan? Is that what you said?
It said May.
It's a May, right?
And I do think those concerns that were just raised are largely why I don't anticipate many districts enrolling in this program. And I will say, generally speaking, there to the point of, what do we do with this data? What do we do after the fact is, the liability concern as well.
Yeah.
And that's not really contemplated in the bill at all, the way it's currently written.
Okay. Well, keep us updated on that one. Thank you.
Okay, any other bills? Quickly looking around the room. Any other board directors, any other bills? And Director Nelson, I'm not able to keep, Marcella, could you let me know if she's interested?
Can you,
Go ahead.
okay, I have a bill that I would just like more information on. It's House Bill -1001. And I'm not sure if it would impact District 11, but it's providing, I'll read this, expanding assistance for educator programs. So a loan for teachers and other staff. I'm not even sure who all it includes. So if you don't have information today, share out, maybe get back to us on what that looks like. And my understanding is there was an amendment proposed, and what it might look like for us to support that amendment, if it's helping to alleviate this teacher shortage crisis we're in, being able to provide loan forgiveness to teachers regardless of whether they're technically certified or licensed. The state has allowed provisions for schools to hire individuals based on their expertise. If they're a math major, for example, and want to teach math, then why wouldn't we also look at providing this opportunity to those individuals and helping lessen our teacher shortage?
So last year, we were really involved with securing the $52 million in funding that's associated with this bill. This originated in House Bill 1220 last year. And the problem that they had that they realized is after the fact is that when they started, so the way it's done, it's $11,000 for a 16-week program and then $22,000 for a 32-week program. When that money started transferring to those students, people were getting kicked off other public assistance like Medicaid, and they were losing their financial aid at those institutions of higher ed. So what this bill is trying to do this year, since they stopped the grant program because no one was taking advantage of it. So this year they found a new mechanism to get that funding to students. They also changed the eligibility requirements, and they are going to try to run this bill and get it signed, I think, in the next, week to 10 days, so they can open up a new grant process and do 2 grant cycles before July 1st of this year to catch back up. So that's kind of the nexus of this bill. It is moving very, very quickly. The amendment that was offered on the floor today, it kind of expanded the eligible educators who are able to apply under this program. Originally, it was just teachers and school counselors. Now it's anybody working in a school, including principals, school psychologists, and then still school counselors and teachers. So it opened up the eligibility requirements a little bit. And that's kind of where the bill stands right now.
So the amendment went through. My understanding was the amendment failed.
I think the amendment that was offered this morning on the floor changed the percentage on principal pay for eligible principals. I'll be happy to pull that and get that to you, but that's been the only amendment that's been offered so far was this morning on the floor.
Okay. Yeah, if you could follow up with more information, because that sounds a little different than what I was informed by individuals more in that charter world. So.
Okay, and I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Any other questions on House bills or Senate bills that are in there? Dylan, from my side, you don't need to answer these questions at this time. The things that I'm keeping an eye on, and maybe at some point in time you can give an update on those. And I'm going to read some of these bills. I think 1025 is charter school application deadlines, House bill. And then Senate Bill 003, Colorado Adult High School Program. .023 Senate Bill CPR training for high school students. 029 disproportionate discipline in public schools.
Senate bill?
Senate Bill 029. Senate Bill 061 eliminate state assessment in social studies. 070 mandatory SRO training. And 080, which is tax credit for parental engagement in schools.
And I'd be happy to follow up with more information on those. Senate Bill 023 just passed about 25 minutes ago out of the Senate Education Committee with some amendments, 7-0. So that bill continues to work its way through the process. Senate Bill 029 on disproportionate discipline practices was pulled from consideration last week while they continue to negotiate amendments with stakeholders. They're looking at a couple weeks time to kind of figure out what direction they want to head with that bill. And then Senate Bill 070, they're currently looking for some funding to help provide law enforcement with some money to train SRO officers before they go into schools. So I will keep an eye on all those bills that you listed and update you the next time we talk, or I'd be happy to follow up with in writing, whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Yeah. Dylan and Superintendent Gall, some others that were on the radar of CASB's Legislative Resolution Committee are 1065, these are House bills, 1065, the Local Government Independent Ethics Commission, and 1118, Fair Work Week Employment Standards, and then Senate Bill 65, Career Development Success Program. And I'd just be, maybe Superintendent Gall, you and I can chat about the impact to the district of those.
Just quickly add on 1118, the Fair Work Week. We worked with the bill sponsors and the bill proponents prior to introduction to clarify that school districts are not covered under that, and that school district food and beverage service would be exempt. So that language was added prior to introduction, but by the sponsors. And that is if those food and beverage service employees are district employees. If you contract with a third party to do food and beverage, that third party would be covered under this Fair Work Week legislation, but not the district specifically.
Okay, thank you.
And one more thing that I wanted to bring up and ask your feedback on this. This is something you mentioned at the last time you were here in person talking to the board. And you said something about $25 million was set aside for after-school programming for STEM and concurrent enrollment. Is that a grant program? So do schools have to apply for that?
That will be a grant program. They held a meeting at 7:30 this morning with the governor's office. That bill hasn't been written yet and it hasn't been introduced, but they did just want to get initial feedback on his entire $70 million workforce development proposal. So there's going to be more to come on that. That one's still kind of they're in the trying to figure it out stage.
Okay, could you keep us updated on that too? And just want to know if the district can benefit from that, whether we qualify to apply for the grant if this House bill passes. Okay? Okay.
And that kind of goes with Senate Bill 65, which was just mentioned, which is the Career Development Incentive Program. Currently, that program receives about $1 billion in funding annually. That funding will be increased to $10 million annually through 2034 if they're able to find the money for it.
Okay. And then one general question, and this kind of came to me after your presentation to us when you met with us in early January. Do you represent, from your role as a lobbyist, other school districts, or you or your firm?
So I work with Mike Beasley, who represents Cherry Creek and Middleton Public Schools, and then Jason Hopfer represents the Pikes Peak Alliance, Douglas County, and St. Vrain.
Okay. And if there is some type of conflict in what this board wants to support or oppose compared to what those school districts want to support or oppose, how do you go about resolving that conflict?
D11 is the only school district that I'm registered to lobby for.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay. Just wanted to have a clarity on that. Go ahead with the rest of your presentation.
All right, so I just wanted to quickly, and I know we're a little bit over time here, but I wanted to quickly touch on school finance. So last week, the Joint Budget Committee approved the staff recommendation of a decrease in $76 million in state funding. The way that's set up is that'll be about $1.5 million decrease in funding to D11, largely driven by lower than anticipated pupil counts. That $76 million, rather than being reverted into the general fund, will revert to the state education fund, and they are going to use that to buy down the budget stabilization factor next year. So what the governor is proposing, originally he was targeting about a $285 million budget stabilization factor. So now he is targeting a $200 million budget stabilization factor, which is the lowest number that's been since its creation. And he's also anticipating an 8% increase due to inflation. So the amount of just straight base funding coming into K-12 education next year will be significant. And then finally, I did want to update quickly on the funding formula. And since I spoke to you all in early January, the biggest change that we've seen is there's been a new proposal out, and this is coming from Senator Barb Kirkmeyer in Weld County. And what she is thinking about doing is creating essentially a K-12 allocation committee consisting of 12 members of content area experts, largely district CFOs and superintendents from around the state, with rural, urban, and kind of those in-between districts who don't have a ton of students but are technically in the metro area. And what the JBC would do is they would allocate a dollar amount, and then that allocation committee would figure out what that looks like and how that money is distributed among schools. And that those conversations on that bill are very preliminary. It has garnered some interest, but there's a long way to go on that. And then the other part I wanted to update on is the COLA discussion. That conversation continues to happen. The School Finance Interim Committee met last Friday morning at 7:30 a.m. and did not recommend any bills. So conversations will continue as we progress through the session. And that's kind of where we stand on the school finance, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, any more questions or thoughts on what? Okay, doesn't look like we have any further questions at this point in time. I appreciate you joining us this afternoon and giving us an update on what's happening out there. Keep us updated. You got a list of some of the bills that the board is interested in looking at. So follow those bills and provide a feedback. And to the board, if collectively as a board, we want to take a stance, because this was a confusion as to what our role is. If we collectively want to take a stance on a House bill, the bill of the board is, or a Senate bill, that's what the lobby is for. So he can go and support or oppose the bill. So that's a feedback that when Mr. Pepper is here in the future, we can provide to him. Okay, with that, thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, it's the student-based budget tool, and we have Allovue. Did I say that right?
You did.
Okay, and Chief Odom, you can introduce who's going to be making the presentation, and Superintendent Gall, do you need to introduce?
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, well, Board of Education, and Laura's been instrumental in working. This is Jess Gardner. She's the CEO for Allovue. She's been working with us to get us to this point. We have awarded a contract and we have started initial phases of the implementation process. And tonight, Jess is going to give us an overview to give you a feel for what this is going to do for us, how it'll benefit the district, and what it's going to look like on the desktop of a customer. So with that, thank you for coming.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my teacher roots and transition this with a pop quiz. So you mentioned House Bill 61, which I read with tears in my eyes on the plane over here this morning. There's a bill to propose cutting state testing for middle school social studies with the justification that it will save $1 million that can go towards teacher salaries. So let's see where my math nerds are in the room. Can anyone do some quick math and make an estimate for what $1 million would translate to in a teacher's paycheck? Anyone want to take a guess?
Not much.
Oh, come on, no guesses?
$5?
Little mental math. I got $5. Anybody else?
I don't know how many caller teachers we have.
$1 a month.
So 20.
That's a McDonald's 99-cent cup of coffee, if you're lucky. They still do that? I was a middle school social studies teacher in Maryland, and it was not a tested subject in middle school. Now, in a perfect world, our education system would not revolve around testing, but in the real world, untested subjects do not get books. They don't get funding. They don't get high priority for teachers and staffing. They certainly don't get any sort of supplemental resources. So these are the types of questions that we need to be having much more nuanced discussions about in the realm of school finance. Is $1 a month really the trade-off that we want to make to delegitimize middle school social studies? That's the conversation, really. But here's the thing about school finance. The numbers are always so big that to any normal human person who is not Mike Bloomberg, everything sounds like monopoly money, right? To the average parent or teacher, $1 million just sounds like a lot of money. I say denominators matter like once a day. What are we dividing by? What's the denominator? I was not a math teacher, but I'm a math nerd at heart, which is how I made the transition from middle school social studies teacher to CEO and founder of a finance technology company. So I'm gonna start, if you'll indulge me with a little bit of sappiness. Yesterday marked 10 years since my last day of work. 10 years ago yesterday, I walked out of a cubicle with a crazy idea and a plan to pay my mortgage with Airbnb guests. And that idea was, can we change resource equity and shift the conversation about education outcomes and education equity in this country by shifting the focus from a very exclusive focus on outcomes, test scores, graduation rates, to looking at inputs and resources. Because I grew up in the early stages of my career around the heyday of No Child Left Behind. I'm sure you all remember this or have dealt with the ripple effects of this. It resulted in an obsession with test score data, teacher evaluation data, all the stuff on one side of the equation. And I sat there as a teacher in an untested subject in Baltimore City with dead mice behind my desk that I had to shuffle away before the kids came in, and maybe heat in the winters, definitely no air conditioning in summers. Textbooks that I had to buy myself and run on copy paper that I bought myself, with slides that I made myself from curriculum I wrote myself that I projected on the projector that I had to raise money for myself. And I said, are we really not going to ask any questions about whether there is maybe a difference between the school in which the teachers are pest control and procurement and curriculum writers and grants coordinators and teachers and parents, and not ask any questions about how that might be different from a school in which the parents raise a bake sale when they want to build a new football field. We don't think that has anything to do with the outcomes. We just think it's what, not enough PD days for teachers? So I said something has to change here. And I set out 10 years ago and I said, I want to live in a world where every dollar in education is working for kids. And I mean working like it's actually being put to use. I want those dollars doing heavy lifting. We don't have them to just sit around and lounge around. They should be working for kids, and they need to be behind resources that work for kids. And we need to acknowledge that not every kid needs the same resources, because not every kid comes to school with the same set of challenges. I haven't been in a classroom in 10 years, and I still pay one of my kids' phone bills. So lot of questions about this. And I finally made my way into the CFO's office and I said, please tell me how it is that I have an umbrella with my school's name on it and I do not have copy paper. If I want to know what the supplies budget looks like, show me what does that look like. And after about an hour, he pulled something up that looks like this. And it was about 10,000 rows long. And I said, okay, I think I'm starting to understand the problem here, because unless you are like Rain Man, that what is a human supposed to do with that? Nothing useful, right? There's no information there. That's just lists of numbers and accounts. Now, computers are great at processing large volumes of data constructed primarily of numbers. Human brains, much less good at that. And I said, I just think we could take this very rich trove of data and maybe add some color, some words, some things that make sense to human brains who are not financial savants, who do not have PhDs in data science, who are not cryptocurrency hackers, like your average principal who was a second grade teacher and is now in charge of a school budget. Can we make that information accessible to them? Now, if you're doing the math on this in your head, yes, at the age of 26, I looked at a $700 billion problem and said, I'll have a go at that. But, you know, my parents raised me to not be quitters, so this is my life's work now. We've still got a long way to go, but we're making a lot of progress. So today, we have 3 different product modules, and we're about to release a 4th. These products relate to different steps in the financial life cycle at a district. Allocate is about creating a funding formula. This is where we're asking questions about resource equity. How do we decide where dollars go in the first place based on the population of students at each school? Budget. I bet you can guess what that one does. We try not to overcomplicate things. Life is hard enough. We can make the naming simple. Budget helps you build your budget plan. Now, I do want to call out something here. A lot of people confuse a budget with a revenue forecast. I'll talk to a lot of superintendents and say, you know, do you have a budget? And they'll say, sure, it's $1 billion. It's $320 million. That's not a budget. That might be your top line budget. But a real budget is a plan. What are you going to do with that $300 million specifically? What initiatives is it going towards? Can we measure the cost of different programs? The changes in certain programmatic costs over time? Can we get a sense of how these resources fit together around the strategies and priorities and the goals of the district? How do we connect those crazy lines of accounts, which are all still there, by the way? Because Laura will kill me if they're not, because she still has to do her financial reporting. They're all still there, just behind the scenes where they don't bother anybody. Because the folks in this room, the principals, the folks in Mr. Gall's cabinet need to be having much deeper, more nuanced discussions than just going through 10,000 lines of codes trying to figure out what did we spend on supplies. Right now, the teacher in me thinks about this like Bloom's taxonomy. Right now, most of our education system is on the very bottom rung when it comes to education finance. The best we can do is talk about how much we have in different buckets. And it usually takes us a long time to get to the point where we even have that information. we need to elevate that conversation to talk about the strategy behind those dollars, to talk about how these dollars connect to school improvement plans, community engagement initiatives. There should be a connection between what is happening in schools every day and what we're seeing in terms of outcomes and how we are building our budgets. Budgets are priorities. Budgets are moral documents. But oftentimes, a superintendent will say, we've got a strategic plan over here and we have a budget over here, but if the two don't talk to each other, you don't really have either. And lastly is manage. So I have watched this happen many times. A school district will spend 6 months having principals build out a very detailed spreadsheet of their budget, and then they email it to the budget director, and they never see it or hear about it again until they get a call from somebody in the grants office in May that says, hey, you have $50,000 in Title I money that you haven't spent yet. You got 30 days to spend it, or we lose it. And so what happens? Whoever happens to email them that day is gonna get a really nice, easy, quick contract. Because it's use it or lose it. Now, are those dollars working for kids? Probably not. Not that year, and probably not next year anyway, because Ms. Gartner is gonna find those MSA books in the closet that we ordered hastily last June, 2 months after we took the test. That is not planned spending. That is not strategic spending. So there's the planning, but then there's also the monitoring against plan and the reevaluating. I mean, I have districts that are struggling with staffing shortages. If your plan A was we're gonna hire 20 reading specialists, but it's December and you've hired 5, what are you gonna do with the other 15 FTEs worth of dollars? They cannot just sit there in an account for the rest of the year. They have to go to plan B. So what's plan B? These are conversations that we can be having with principals about instructional priorities, about strategies, what's working, what's not. Hey, principal so-and-so, I know you love this program. You spent $100,000 on it in the past 2 years. What's the indicator of success here? Literacy scores. Well, your literacy scores went down. So is this what we're gonna spend another $100,000 on? These are the conversations we should be having in school finance. So how does this connect to District 11? In collaboration with Mr. Gall and Laura and Chris, we have identified 3 major top-line priorities in this area. Number 1 is increase transparency. So that is that piece of getting everyone on the same page, right? Demystifying the codes, taking stuff out of the black box in a way that is accessible and controlled. Now, does that mean that principals are gonna log in and start like moving around teachers? No. Laura still is gonna have all the control around that, right? It's a controlled sandbox environment, especially at first. But we have to get principals to the point where they understand the mechanics of their school budget. Because if you go out and you poll your principals, and I know because I just did a national survey on this, and you say to them, what is your school budget? Most of them are gonna say, oh, it's $20,000. No, it's not. $20,000 does not pay for one teacher at your school. Probably not a para. So why does that principal think that their school budget, why do those teachers think that their school budget is $20,000 or $50,000? Because they don't have visibility into all the other pieces of their budget. Now, whether or not they are managing or controlling those pieces is another part of the story that we're gonna come back to. But they need to understand when they are communicating with parents, with families, with teachers, with students, what is actually going into the budget at their school community. And I'll tell you what, sometimes the principal looks at it and they say, you have what in our budget? We haven't turned that on in 3 years. Can it not be? You have $20,000 in my budget for that? We don't use it. The teachers hate it. Can you cancel it and give me the $20,000 for blah, blah, blah? This happens all the time. I say we drag dead bodies in these budgets. Things just get in this process of renewal, but we don't stop and evaluate, hey, is this a thing we're still using? Is it working? Is it working for the kids right now? If not, ditch it. What do you want to do? Let's move to something that works. Next is streamlining the budget process. This is that piece about connecting the priorities, the strategies, and the budgets. Most schools will tell you their principals have a school improvement plan, and I very rarely see a dollar sign in it. How are you resourcing these plans? How much do they cost? Is there a way to achieve the same end in a cheaper way? And the flip side of that is the cheapest thing is not always the most cost effective. Sometimes the most cost effective costs more money, but the returns are so much greater that it is the better choice, right? It's not just the cheaper one is better. But sometimes, it's expensive and it doesn't work. Well, we definitely don't want that stuff. And lastly is the resource equity piece. We have massive population shifts happening all over the country. I know they're happening here, they're happening across the state of Colorado, they're happening across the country. Public education has lost 1 million students in the past 3 years. Now, in a system where your revenue is determined by the number of students, that's bad. That is money leaving the system. Public education, that's $15 billion out the door. Just heard, declining revenue, right? Declining state budget. You think that the state legislature is gonna give you the same amount of money for educating fewer kids? Nope, they will catch on to that pretty quickly. They might hold harmless for a year or two, but 3, 4, 5 years, you don't have those kids back, they're gonna say, yeah, sorry, we're not gonna keep paying at this rate for you to educate 85 or 90% of the kids. Yeah. So we've gotta start planning for this, and the other thing that we're seeing is that our populations are getting more diverse, and they're largely getting more high need. When we surveyed principals, teachers, and administrators across the country, one of their top 3 concerns as it relates to finance is that the student needs are costing more to serve. So that means you are probably getting less money with larger challenges. And we need to be really, really explicit and thoughtful about how we are allocating these resources to align with student needs, because we know that equal is not equitable. We need to make sure that when a kid shows up at school, the programs and services that they require to succeed are there for them. So that's a lot. And I'm gonna talk about how we're gonna roll this out in stages. But first, I wanna have a little vocab lesson here too. I know Mr. Gall uses the term student-based budgeting a lot. This is one of those words that sort of picks up meaning in different places. And so I want to be really clear about what that means and what it doesn't mean. Student-based budgeting is a method of allocating resources through a funding formula in a way that aligns dollars with student needs and what they require to be successful at school. It is generally decisions that are made by the finance, executive leadership team, and the board. It happens at a district level, and it happens as part of a district-wide allocation process and strategy to meet the district's priorities around equity. These are typically modeled and reevaluated in the context of district enrollment and individual school enrollment annually. The principals are not impacting this piece. Now, this often gets conflated with principal autonomy, because often they are rolled out together, but they are actually very separate things. Principal autonomy refers to once those allocations are made and the school has their school budget, how much discretion do they have over that amount of money to make staffing choices, programmatic choices, strategic choices with the dollars that are allocated to their school? So they're very different things, but they are often rolled out together. But I think what's really important to know about this is that both of these things happen on a spectrum. They are both strategic levers for the district, and those levers can be pushed and pulled in a way that meets the district's rate of change and urgency around those priorities, as well as the capacity of the district to sustain that change. Neither of these things are an all or nothing. So now I'm going to talk about the rollout plan for how we get there. We have laid out a 3-year implementation plan. In the first year, it's really going to be mostly about gathering and collecting information and doing a little bit of a steady state for where we are. We are going to coterminously do things with existing processes so that there's not too much change too fast. If anything feels like it's gonna break or be too much, we've got the safety net of our existing processes, and we can sort of gradually release responsibility on those levers as we're ready. So on the allocate front, we're going to document what you're already doing. We're gonna take information out of different spreadsheets and out of the recesses of certain people's brains. I'll be like, you know, how do you allocate special ed resources? Well, you gotta call Joanne. Joanne knows, right? It's not even written down. You have to talk to her and figure out what's happening, right? This is very common. And I will say to any district, you have a funding formula because teachers show up to a school and they get paid. So there is some way that resources are being allocated. Whether you have it written down or not is a different question. Now, you guys do have it fairly well documented, but we're gonna put it in a format that is really easy for a principal to understand. My goal is that you could give the output of this to a 3rd grade math class and say, check our work. It should be that simple to understand. Plain language, plain English, easy math. On budget, this is a thing we're gonna dual track. So we're keeping the existing process, because at this point in the year, Laura will murder me in my sleep if we try to change the whole thing overnight. So we're gonna do a little bit of both. We can have it both ways. What this is gonna allow us to do is start giving principals into that visibility piece. But we're not yet gonna go the way of giving them the full autonomy to start changing things. So we're gonna keep a lot of the existing process, but we're gonna bring a new layer of transparency to it. The thing that we're gonna go the furthest on this year is the transparency piece. Manage is by far the easiest thing to implement because you basically plug it in, it's read-only, you can't break it, you can't move anything, you can't change anything. It's a visibility tool. So that's the primary one we're gonna start with. Now next year, we can start going a little further on this. We've got our baseline model. Maybe we wanna start asking some equity questions, modeling out some what-if scenarios, very easy to see side by side, doing some community engagement. Maybe we give principals a portion of their dollars. Maybe it's 1 or 2 staff positions that they can make some choices around. Maybe it's an extra pot of discretionary funds that they can think about. Maybe we have them start connecting it to the tenets of their strategic plan or their school improvement plan. Again, we're gonna go at the pace that feels sustainable here. And lastly, and the 3rd year is where we really start putting some gas on the fire. At this point, principals are hopefully feeling a little more comfortable with these conversations, with this language. We're gonna do professional development along the way. We're gonna create systems where we have them starting to look at this data and bringing it into conversations about strategy. They're gonna feel more empowered to start thinking creatively and making those connections. And I'll tell you what, if you give them the autonomy to say, if you wanna cut something, you can repurpose the money, you will never see principals cut things in their budget faster. Because they know that teachers want certain resources, and so they're very, very ruthless about being like, cut that, I want these things. And that's when the change really starts to happen at the strategy level. So today, we're working on the initial data gathering. I think Laura and Chris had a call with our team this morning. We've got some of the initial data in there. We're gonna start doing some quality assurance, making sure that we're building these things out in tandem so that we can start getting the building blocks in place. But again, we're not upending the apple cart quite yet. We're gonna go slow, right? We say go slow to go fast. We want to make sure that we're bringing people along. And this brings me to our successful change management component. This is hard work. It's difficult, it's scary for a lot of people. If you were a second grade teacher, looking at a multi-million-dollar budget probably scares the heck out of you. So this isn't the kind of thing where you just flip a switch and turn it on and poof, change happens. My job would be a lot easier if that were the case. That is not how humans work. So we actually have a whole team that is oriented around change management processes. And that involves getting buy-in around why we're doing this. It can't just be another thing. We have to be connecting it to the district strategy. What happens when we line these pieces up, when we get buy-in, when we bring people along for the ride, when we bring principals into the fold to have these conversations? What is possible for the district? What change can happen? What are the benefits of that? That emotional piece is why anyone does anything. And that is something that our team is very serious about, because as you can tell, I care about this a lot. I do not consider it a success if we turn it on and nothing happens. This work is too important for nothing to happen. I founded this company 10 years ago because I had a big idea. I'm signing up for another 10 years of this work because I've never been more terrified about the future of public education. I watch the news every day. I watch the school board meetings, hopefully not yours in this regard, and it terrifies me. There is a daily, persistent, organized attack on public education. We are already seeing the effects of it. It will only get worse as these voucher programs expand, as people lose faith in school districts' ability to keep up and innovate with the times. It terrifies me because I know who will be hurt by the continued fracturization and dismantling of our public schools. And it's not the wealthiest white kids. This is deep mission work for me. There are tools, but we have to teach people how to use the tools, or nothing happens. And we cannot afford, to me, I believe this is a civil rights issue. I believe this is a foundation of democracy issue. If we cannot sustain excellent public schools. I will stop there on my little soapbox and see if anyone has any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll first turn it over to Superintendent Gall. Do you have anything to add on to this?
No, I've been following the work for Allovue for the better part of a decade. Partners, we brought them into DC. It really revolutionized what we thought had been an advanced way to look at our numbers. Just the easiest one is on transparency. Having every constituent and every member of our community to be able to have access to the numbers to actually hold us accountable to the work. We're not doing anything wrong right now, but it's gobbledygook and it's very difficult for us to understand where it is and how it is that we spend our money. We have the tightest budget ever with only a $3 million mid-year budget, but we have $20 million worth of vacancies. That's in conflict with itself. We have to be able to manage those dollars tightly all the way along because our kids deserve it. And we continually hear that we are cash rich and house poor. The shift is coming and the game plan that we've put out puts us in a place that when we get to this ESSER cliff and these other things that we're hearing happening at the state, we will be the ones who understand where our dollars are and where they are not to make sure that we're making the right decisions for our community, for our staff, and most importantly, for outcomes for our kids.
Thank you, and I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate your passion that you bring to the subject, and maybe you can walk back a little bit. You said you've been in this business for 10 years or so.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this rollout process has happened in other school districts. How has that rollout transpired? The timeline that you presented, is that a normal timeline? This is a big change coming to our school district, and when I talk to principals, the first thing is that they don't have adequate training in how to look at their numbers. Their budget is $20,000 or $50,000, like what you talked about. How do we roll this out? What's your experience, success stories? We did this with the school management system, Power School, and it ran into several issues. We just want to make sure that when this is rolled out, that this is going to be well received and sustainable, like what you talked about.
So I would say leadership buy-in is the number one indicator of success. In scenarios where the leadership team is committed to a culture of change around this, to building this into the strategy, to starting to weave these components into the day-to-day operational workflow of the district, that is where we see the biggest change happen. Again, this is not a thing where you can just set it and forget it, right? So it has to do with, okay, how do we make sure that our assistant superintendents are having these conversations with principals? How do we make sure that we're holding principals accountable to making an argument for how these resources fit together in a strategy, and to have the conversation about what's working, what's not, right? Where do we want to add resources? Where do we want to take some things away? It has to start being embedded in the leadership culture of the district and in the accountability structure. So that's the number one biggest indicator of success. In terms of the timeline, I think 3 years is the optimal timeline for doing all of these things well in a way that is fluid and doesn't crush people. I actually get it's tough because when I get a superintendent who comes to me and says I want to do all of this year, I'm like, God, I wish we could, but I don't think you should. I think we had that conversation. You can't do it all at once, right? It's like the idea of priorities, right? If everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. If you try to shove it down people's throats too much too fast, they disengage. So I think this method where you bring principals in to start giving them some visibility, to start having the conversations, to start giving them the language, but you don't yet put too much responsibility on them, and we can ease them into it, that's where I see the most buy-in and the most change. Now, like any organization anywhere, you're gonna have your high flyers who grok to it immediately and are coming to you with a way to transform their entire school operations. And you will have your laggards who you could sit and handhold with them every single day and they're still gonna struggle. So that is a natural part of the adoption curve, right? It is going to be a bell curve like anything anywhere. So we're also prepared for that, and we have some different types of tailored resources. Like we have a live chat, which is with our customer success team when somebody gets lost. So some people are gonna need more hand-holding than others. Some people are gonna wanna run right away. And then, the majority of folks will be in the middle.
So where are you physically located? You said that you flew from some.
Well, we are totally remote, and I am especially remote because I am doing a year of digital nomad life. So I packed my clothes and my cat in the car, and we're traveling around the country. So right now I am camped out in New Orleans, and I'm making my way around the country.
Okay. So the only reason I ask is if our team, the principals, as they need training and stuff, all of this is going to be remote, or are you going to be in person helping them out?
Our default is virtual, but at the request of the district, we'll schedule some on-site sessions as well.
Okay, open it up for further comments or questions. Anybody here? Director Daniels.
I am so curious to know how receptive has the public sphere received your vision? And I know you have clients, but
Oh, it was an uphill climb. It's been an uphill climb. We have seen more energy around this work in the past 2 years than I saw in the first 8 years. I mean, the first 8 years was like in the trenches, like army crawling day to day. But this has been coming for a long time, right? This is the fissures that we're seeing in public education did not happen overnight. They did not happen in 2020. They have been there for a long time, and things are starting to crack with extra pressure on the system. But these things have been mounting for a long time. I think the difference is that we are starting to reach a crisis point on multiple fronts in the system, because we have this very weird juxtaposition where, because of the headlines around ESSER, the average person thinks school districts are literally swimming in cash, like Scrooge McDuck style, swimming around in the coins. And every CFO that I talk to is like, I don't know how we're gonna make it out of the decade alive. So that is a huge gap in perception and reality. And with the addition of some of these new choices coming on the scene, some with the consumerization of schooling through things like micro schools, some with voucher expansion programs, some with charter expansion programs, we are starting to see this exodus. Parents are looking around and saying, what other choices do I have? So, and then of course, on top of that, we add in teacher enrollment has been declining for 20 years. Compensation is not keeping pace with levels of similar education. Teachers are more stressed than ever and demanding greater compensation for their work. And education funding is just not keeping pace with inflation. So all of these factors are just creating this perfect storm on the finance front. And the smart districts are waking up and saying, we've got to get as much ahead of this as we can at this point, because this, we have as an industry been asleep at the wheel in many ways for decades, and the real threats are coming and real competition is coming, and those threats will most hurt our most disadvantaged students in the system.
Go ahead.
not that I want you to have competition, but I'm just curious. Who is your competition?
Excel.
Okay.
It really is. I mean, I'm really excited to launch this. We just did a major national survey with Ed Week. And we're gonna share all the results of it out publicly in a couple months. But we actually asked, what do you use for finance? And only 3% of respondents said like a specialized budget software. And 57% said Excel or Google Docs. So it still is largely just Excel driven.
Do I need to keep, I mean, I have,
Yeah, we can circle back. Any other questions up here?
I can
You
wait
have-
until
okay.
Director Daniels is done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Director Nelson has some
Oh,
questions
then,
too. She
by all
does.
means.
Okay, Director Nelson, you had some questions?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I'm trying to get my video to turn on. Oh well. I wanted to just
Okay, go ahead.
ask about the academic outcomes and achievement levels that you see with this type of student-based budgeting. Do you have experience personally or in general within this world know of it contributing? Could you just speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So what I am extremely reluctant to do is to say that anybody should put funding on one axis and student report card data on another axis and make an argument about it, right? There's a lot of spurious correlations, which when you dig into them, it basically just reinforces stereotypes. So what we encourage districts to do is to start having qualitative conversations about how combinations of resources are organized around certain priorities and certain strategies that they want to be monitoring in the context of specific indicators of success that those programs or strategies are expected to achieve. I have resisted building that explicit tie into the application because I believe in most cases it will be misused. Kids are not coin operated, right? So just trying to draw a straight line between like, we bought this reading program and scores went up is not the most scientific way to do this, right? It's not that simplistic. We need to be having a more qualitative discussion about those things. Now, all that being said, that connection to the academic piece is not something I expect to see in black and white in year one when we start looking at data. We're talking about 3 to 5 years of sustained work to get there. Because often we are starting from a place where this is all new. And we need to start building the systems and the structure and the infrastructure. Like you have to build the bridge before you can drive over it. And so I really discourage you from saying like, okay, like we're gonna turn this on now and at the end of the year, like literacy scores are gonna go up. No, that is not how this works. The way that this should work is that you are starting to have much more nuanced conversations with principals and with executive team members about where we are seeing this connection. And I would say if a year and a half from now, your executive team and your principals could tell you how many different types of strategies around instruction you're employing, where, and how many budget dollars you have assigned to them, that would be a massive win. Because that is far and away from what 99.9% of school districts can do today.
You have a follow-up, Director Nelson?
Yes, so I just want to share out that I am so excited that we're going down this path, and thank you for coming and presenting to us today. I really wish that I could be in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to have you share out what this looks like for the board and the community and staff to understand how this is going to help, because I get that you don't want to draw lines specifically, but I just cannot question. I just believe that if we're talking about educational equity and schools being able to resource students' needs that they know because they're closest to the student, then we're going to see gains. And yes, it may not be immediately, but we'll see it in the future. And I learned about student-based budgeting over a year ago. I think it was before I was elected, and started talking about it with Dr. Thomas and then Glenn Gustafson when we brought him back to support the district. And so I'm very excited that Mr. Gall, when he arrived on the scene, was already kind of thinking in this vein, and that we could implement this, because it really is going to benefit the district in so many ways, along with like I said, I do think we'll see that academic achievement level go up because schools will be able to resource what each student needs. And I think a follow-up question would be, in your experience working with other districts, what are some of the challenges that we should anticipate coming?
This is often viewed as a zero-sum game. And unless the Colorado legislature, I don't know, decides to just add hundreds of millions of dollars to the state education budget next year, you are largely operating from, if you're lucky, the same, but realistically probably a shrinking pie of resources. And from that pie, all you can do is figure out how you cut up the slices. And so inevitably, when you're talking about resource equity, and when you are talking about giving students the resources that they require, that has to come from somewhere. And sometimes that means we're gonna see a shift down to right size one school in order to differently resource another school. That is often a component of this work. It is a very difficult one. It is a politically challenging one. It is one that you cannot move too fast on, but it is an unfortunate reality of doing this work, and it requires a lot of political courage to do it with fidelity, because the reality is you aren't taking resources away from one school. You are rebalancing and right-sizing the resources based on the student populations and the needs of those students today. But how you engage communities around that conversation and how you ease them into that strategic buy-in is the most difficult part of doing this work well.
Was that your question, Director Nelson?
I just want to add that timing-wise, to follow up on that question, would you say I'm thinking about how this is kind of the timing that our finance team starts to build out our budget for next year. Mm-hmm. So the lift that we're asking of them at this point in the school year, from your experience working with other districts, are we right on time? Are we a little behind? And how you would estimate our launching?
So we start implementations every month of the year, but what we start with is different depending on the time of the year. So that's why I said for Allocate this year, we're obviously not going to be launching a new funding formula in the middle of budget season. That would be insane. I would never propose that. So that's why the goal for this year is to work in parallel and document the formula so that you have a starting point. Now, the rest of the year, way in advance of next budget season, you can start playing with that model. you can start asking some questions. And you won't break anything, by the way, because it's not, that piece is not hooked up to something on the back end. It's not like you're gonna overdraw a principal's bank account by playing, it's a tool to just model. It's like a fancy calculator, basically. But what it allows you to do is to start modeling side by side. Okay, what if we shifted the teacher-student ratio from 1 to 25 to 1 to 26? What does that do? What might that free up? What might we want to do with those other fringe resources now? What if we change our free and reduced price lunch weight from 1.25 to 1.4? There's all these different ways that you can start thinking about the components of the formula. But what I'd really encourage you, especially at the board level, to do is, in the meantime, as you're preparing to take a look at what you're doing today, think about what an ideal formula would achieve for you. What are the student groups? And it's a hyper-local discussion. Like my team never comes in and says, this is the way to do it. Because there's 16,000 school districts in this country and they all have very unique needs. So you might have certain neighborhoods that you want to resource differently. You might have some buildings that were built in the last 5 years and other buildings that are 100 years old, and they might need different maintenance budgets. So it can really be tailored to what is our definition of equity here in this district with this population of students in this moment of time. And how might the way that we talk about resource allocation reflect that? And then you can start tweaking it and you can see the scenario side by side. Oh, well, okay, if we do that, that school's gonna have to close because that's just gonna be unsustainable. So how do we wanna handle that? Do we want to prioritize things like small schools, which often struggle in these budgets? Do we want to create a small school supplement? Is that a priority for our community? Is that part of our definition of equity? Do we want to talk about right-sizing schools around building capacity? Is that going to mean that we need to think about transportation costs differently? These are all conversations that you can be having at the strategy level and modeling in real time to say, what's going to be the impact on a school-to-school basis before you ever make any permanent changes to the formula.
Okay, so thank you. And I'll come back to Director Art and Director Daniels had questions too. So from what I hear from you is this formula could be tailored to a specific school district on what the needs are and the strategies are that is determined by the leadership team.
100%.
Okay.
You could even get to the point where, let's say as a district you decide the wheels fall off with third grade literacy. If we don't get third grade literacy right, we're getting nothing right. Maybe you want to build into your formula a literacy weight for third grade students. And schools that have third grade classrooms will receive that benefit and be able to experiment, run intervention programs, run different types of innovation programs. The sky is really the limit with this. I mean, I have districts where they have a whole separate formula for their special ed students. Most people don't realize this. Federal education funding covers about 13% of special education costs by most recent estimates. So where's that other 87% coming? It's coming from the general fund, somewhere. How are you going to prioritize those resources so that when a student with special needs shows up at school, the services are there for them?
Thanks.
So real quick, my last, sorry.
Yeah, if you can wrap it up, Director Nelson, so we can move to Director Art. You had a quick follow-up?
I just had a last question about community, like the transparency piece and your software allowing for principals to share out with their SAC? And even, do you find that districts will post the information to their websites, their school websites? What have you experienced in that front as far as community and transparency?
Usually I tell school districts, you don't want to put this on the website yet until your principals feel really comfortable that they know what's happening. So I would say you're probably a couple years away from wanting to make that the priority. We are actually, so here's a funny thing. About 6 years ago, I tried to literally give away a public transparency tool to supplement our tools here. We gave it away for free. We couldn't get anybody to use it. They were like, no, thank you. We don't want to put this out there. Now, with all the ESSER stuff, it's our #1 request. So we are actually getting ready in the next week or so. I am literally waiting for the Arizona governor's sign off on this. We are launching a public portal across the entire state of Arizona that will have every revenue line, budget, and spending line for every school in every district and their funding formula in the entire state of Arizona. That is a tool we are going to be repurposing and allowing our district partners to white label probably in the next year. So should you decide you're at a point where you really want to make public transparency the priority, we will be able to support that. But I actually discourage that from day one because, I'll say to superintendents, like, if you put your school budgets on the website right now, would your principals know how to talk about it if a parent called them? And usually the answer is no. So we really want to focus more on the internal transparency and workflow first, so that if and when you do decide you want to make big strides with community transparency, your principals don't feel caught off guard by that. In fact, they might feel excited about sharing some of the decisions that they've made in response to community feedback. But you want the principal to feel really well equipped and empowered to have those conversations, because inevitably they're going to be the ones fielding the calls and the questions. And it does not look good for the district if a parent calls and says, hey, what's this budget thing on the website? And they go, I don't know. So you want to make sure that you get things in order internally first and then move to the public piece.
Well, that's the hope, that
Yeah.
you are going to get our principals there first in
Yep.
a year or two, where they are empowered to speak about the budget. But at some point in time, if the principals are going to be making decisions at the local school level, they are going to engage the community and get
Yes.
feedback into this. We want to empower our parents to come back, school accountability to give feedback to the principals. How do we spend these dollars locally that benefits the students out there? So that is possible, right?
Absolutely. It's just, we got to slow on ramp, folks.
Okay, Director.
Thank you. I'm just gonna note, since you've been talking about transparency and putting information out on websites, we do have transparency pages on our website. And if anybody's interested, it's d11.org/transparency, because I don't want people to think we're hiding things at this moment even. So I just wondered, Superintendent Gall, if you could address the contract details. And
Now, I'm gonna ask Chris, I think she addressed this in the beginning, but this came as an
Thank you.
outcome from the Fund Balance Task Force. Chris, you wanna address the contract length? and the
Sure,
way it
thank
was,
you so much. As a result of the Fund Balance Task Force, this was an item that was approved. And then after the board approved the funding allocation on October 12th, the contracting department went out and started to scope a requirement. At that time, the contract was being awarded to the Arizona State Controller's Office. So we reached out to them, and then we discovered that Allovue is on a competed consortium. So they've already been competed, not just vetted, but competed. So that means that they have been Their pricing has been determined to be fair and reasonable. Their past performance has been vetted that they produce outcomes that they say that they can produce. So we were able to award a contract, because our rules allow that, to be awarded without competition through our process. So, and the term, I believe, is 3 years. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe it's 3 years. Did that answer everybody's question?
It answered mine.
Okay, all right.
What was the dollar amount associated with that?
I don't have it off the top of my head. May I get back to the board on that?
Is this a contract that's coming to the board next?
No, it's under the threshold.
Okay,
It does not require board approval. We've already awarded it.
okay. And then after the 3 years, there would be some recurring cost? Okay. That would be called a licensing fee or
Correct.
something like that? Okay. Okay, you have any
That'll do
follow-up?
it. Thank you.
Okay, Director Daniels.
I'm just curious, are we like the oldest district you've ever, we're 150. Do you have any? We look good for.
There might be a few on the East Coast, right? Just because it's a little older?
Yeah, we primarily work with large urban districts, actually, which is a little bit unusual for an average ed tech company. They usually start with like a little 1,000 student districts. But we have found that the financial issues are particularly pressing with metropolitan districts. So we work with districts like Metro Nashville, Providence, Public Schools, Baltimore City, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Kansas City. I gotta be honest, age of school district is not a metric I have on my Rolodex, but.
Yeah, I'm just asking because I know that there are a lot of formulas that have, did their thing over the years, and I'm just curious of how it will translate with moving all of it to, and this is software, right? Which also leads me to the question of, do we have enough technology to manage this?
Okay, so to that question, I will say, we are embarking on a project with Jamaica where a non-trivial amount of their current systems are pen and paper. So we'll meet you where you are.
And it will.
But you guys are not at that point.
Okay.
I think we've got things at least in spreadsheets, so I'm
Okay.
not worried.
Yeah, that's great, because
Yeah.
I'm,
Oh, we've had to integrate with mainframe computer systems that haven't been upgraded since 1983. I'm working on an integration with a bespoke system in Louisiana right now that 23 years old, was built in a closet somewhere in the district. I have truly seen it all. It's terrifying.
I'm sure that it is. So you spoke about leadership buy-in. I know we are talking principles, but we have so many leadership, what do you call them? Groups, I don't know, I don't know what you want to call, how, I don't know if you've gotten there yet on how much we have to get buy-in. And that's not even including community, OSU.
Sure. To be honest, a lot of that part
Oh,
is
super.
Mr. Gall's lift.
Oh.
So I'll pass to you on that one.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
So in terms of getting leadership
Leadership
buy-in
buy-in.
outside of you with the other department heads and
And
other leadership groups in the district.
maybe you can talk
This
about.
has just been part of the strategy since I interviewed for the opportunity, which was, I too have had the opportunity, as has the CEO of Allovue, Jess Gardner here, to speak publicly that there's never gonna be enough money in public education. But there is so much inefficiency with the dollars that we have that we're not programming around the needs of our children. We just went through a $60 million reallocation of the fund balance. We have $20 million of vacancy fund balance that needs to roll over through the end of this year into next year. We know that there are pressures that are coming down on the system. We just came to the board for a mid-year budget adjustment on things that we know that have been wrong for some period of time, but for process reasons, we wait and we wait. And every time that we wait, we don't exercise the dollar with the efficacy of which we are supposed to be the stewards of that dollar. And so as far as staff buy-in, I think the fund balance task force, which was a very open, community-based conversation with then many pushbacks and opportunities to improve that strategy from the board to connect to the priorities, was clear and above board, of which I believe the fact that we made those recommendations means that we do have that chief level buy-in. But we still have a massive disconnect between where money sits. Right now, money sits with Laura. Laura manages everybody's money. The fact that chiefs do not understand their own budget and report on it monthly is an exercise in a change in culture. We did, prior to the mid-year budget recommendation to the board, we did that exercise in executive cabinet. And we went around and gave thumbs up on whether or not we thought those were the right adjustments that we should make. Clearly, we're gonna make those adjustments. We're not gonna go in default on our natural gas bill in the coldest January that we've had in probably a decade. But we need to understand what was the miscalculation on our budget for utilities. Was it the war in Ukraine? Is it the coldness? What are our heating degree days and cooling degree days? As I look over at this energy team that's gonna brief here in a minute. We need to be better stewards of those dollars. This gives us an opportunity to do this. The extension down to the school in the idea of, does the school understand what its levers are or are not? So we don't have a budget problem right now. This is a strategy to position this district to get the best bang for the buck, to be ready for what is coming. Again, when I interviewed, I said this, cash rich and house poor. You got a lot of money, but you got a mortgage, you got an adjustable arm rate that's getting ready to come due. And if it happens right now, then the first thing we go to is cuts. We even have this conversation on decreasing enrollment averaging. We're not cutting the budget. We're properly allocating the money that the state gives us against the areas where we have the need. I love the conversations we're having with the liaison, the lobbyist. Well, we don't know what we don't know. And we're also not driving buses up to Denver to fight for anything right now. So we're gonna get what we're gonna get, and then what are we gonna do with it? The problem right now is we build our budget based upon last year's approved budget, not about where we are right now. So next week, executive cabinet is meeting. So again, this goes to staff buy-in. The staff is taking over the budget bill to understand it's not just last year plus or minus 5%. It's today plus or minus 5%. What did we do? We have almost 200 vacancies in the system. We're not filling them. What are we doing with the money? And then how are we budgeting next year? We are foolhardy if we believe that we are just magically gonna solve the staffing problems in El Paso County, from teacher to special educator to paraeducator to every support staff that exists in the system. Those vacancies are real. Tools like this, cultural shifts like this, are the things that position a district. So to the answer, I hope the executive cabinet would say that they're bought in. But I would say this is a change management piece. One of the things that makes Allovue so attractive in this is it's not a fintech drop and go. They understand that you can't get there if you don't get people to buy into this. Most of our budget right now is from the great work that happens from our budget team, but that's disconnected from the way the educators and the administrators see their work. Nobody's done anything wrong. We're just asking that we do it better.
I just thought I'd ask, because I know that buy-in thing is, woo,
Yes.
it's big.
And so it's that change management piece that this company has built specifically. And so Jess, why don't you just touch a little bit on the way your relationship works? We get a project manager, what that looks like, how you phase change.
Yeah, we have basically a pod of folks that support the district. The piece that I think is actually most unique about the way we operate, and Laura and Chris can probably attest to this, we specifically hire for a role that we call senior district partners. And those folks are domain experts. They have either been former budget directors at large school districts, or they have worked in a type of role where they were dealing with funding formulas and budgets in a consulting capacity, but they understand the work deeply. That's Simone for you guys. So they're not, like for a lot of tech organizations, the customer success team is like a 22-year-old, right? Who is just like turning things on and responding to password corrections. We hire folks who are domain experts who know the ins and outs of school district budgets and can really be a partner in conversations about how to set things up, how to configure things. We're not gonna tell you exactly how to do it because every district has its own special flavor. I like to say, and one of my team members said the other day, there's no right or wrong way to do it. I said, well, there's some wrong ways to do it, but there's multiple right ways to do it. So we'll try to steer away from the wrong ways to do it, but offer a couple of different pathways. So there's the district partner, and then we've got a data team. We've got our accounts team who focuses more on the business and strategy relationship. We've got an adoption team that focuses on the training and the engagement piece. And then, of course, our product team is in constant communication with those teams. So we are constantly evolving and iterating as an organization. Probably between the time that Mr. Gall left DC and came here, we had rebuilt almost all of our products because we're constantly responding to change about what works, what do districts need, how do things need to be more streamlined. Almost everything about the look and the feel and the functionality of our products today are informed by constant feedback from our partners. And we, of course, triage that and synthesize that in a disciplined, systematic way. But we take that feedback piece really seriously.
So thank you.
How long?
Okay, we're going to have a long meeting otherwise, quickly.
I'm just tonight. You can have
I can get
my
more
email
information
now.
for you,
Yeah.
Director
I
Daniels, if you.
About, was there a specific request?
We'd like to talk offline if that's okay.
Great. So from what I hear, that as this timeline evolves, you are going to make sure you and your team, Simone, would ensure that our principals are adequately trained. That's the biggest question. When you're talking about leadership buy-in, I think there is considerable, this empowers our principal at the school level to make decisions that's going to impact their schools. So I think there is going to be principal buy-in to this, but if it adds extra responsibilities to their shoulders without the support that they need,
Absolutely.
then that's when the pushback is going to come back.
This is a collaboration with the district, because again, I'm not gonna come in and tell the principals, this is how many dollars you budget for supplies. That's not what it's about. We wanna make sure they're really well equipped to use the tools, that we ease them in, that we make the process as easy as possible. But the collaboration piece is, we have to structure that in a way that aligns to the strategies and the rollouts that the leadership team has set, right? So we'll talk to them about sort of the content pieces and how they want principals to be thinking about it. We'll focus more on the technical aspect to make
Perfect,
sure.
that's the only thing that,
But to be honest, our training is an hour, because a little state secret, the VUE in Allovue stands for Visual User Experience. Because from day zero, I said, this has to be a product that focuses on design and user experience, because if the principals don't want to use it and they don't find it as easy as email or Facebook to use, they won't. So we invest a phenomenal amount of resources into user experience, research, and design, so that I don't want to say it's 100% intuitive and self-service, but that is our goal when we're building. Our goal, we will do the training, but our goal is that if we didn't ever train, that a principal could open it up and figure it out. The tool should be that easy to use. Not to dump on Power School, but you're probably gonna need weeks of training to learn how to do anything in there, right? Most ERPs, that's the case. If that's the case with our product ever, I have failed, because that's not how products should work. Software should make your life easier, not harder. If it's not intuitive for the vast majority of people at a glance, we're not doing our jobs. So that's part of it too, is that my job on that is to make sure that the whole experience is really as frictionless as possible.
good enough, as long as And I hear you when you were talking about that this is going to be an easy experience, that you can take it to a third grade class and they are going to understand it.
We still have to show some people where the browsers are, so
We
it's
just
a
want to make
spectrum.
sure, our principals have a lot on their plate. We just want to make sure that they, if you need to hold their hand to get them there, we hold their hand to get them there. And that's what's going to, the leadership buy-in, that's what's going to get the leadership to buy in.
So I'll tell you something interesting that we track internally around usage. Most ed tech companies measure their success by how many minutes are spent in their product. We actually do the opposite. For us, the ideal usage pattern is frequent short bursts. Because for me, the ideal scenario is that a principal grabs his cup of coffee in the morning and checks, okay, we're good, 2 minutes, and they're back in a classroom. To me, if a principal is spending hours looking for a PO, again, I have epically failed.
Okay.
So that is the goal of the usage pattern that we aim for, is that they're in there frequently, they know where to go, but they're not like spending hours mining for data, right? It should really be at the fingertips.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. And then the feedback to Superintendent Gall is, as this process evolves, if you need board feedback on how to have those strategy decisions as to what is it that we are going to allocate to a certain school. When she's talking about taking away from one school and giving to another school, what's that balance going to look like to make sure that both schools are sustainable, but we provide the resources that our students need? Those are board level conversations, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah,
we're
we
not
can-
changing anything in our budget right now. We're changing the story and how we talk about our budget. So
Perfect.
if you
Yeah,
saw
and-
the variation that happens at school level right now based upon title and other ways that we are able to allocate dollars, not Allovue allocate, to appropriate dollars against school need, you would see great variation in that. It is not a straight line relationship right now, for all the right reasons. Now you'll see these products, so we don't need to give you updates, you're just gonna see this, it just becomes a part of the work.
Well, and from the way I look at it, this is going to be, one of the priorities is to increase enrollment in our schools. So this, to me, gives skin in the game for even our building leaders, because from the way I see it, the student-based budgeting, the enrollment numbers go up in the school, the principal
Yes.
would get a little more dollars to spend on the students, so the
Which
money
is true
for.
right now,
Yeah.
which is currently true, it hasn't been felt that way.
Yeah.
So the change we made on enrollment this year was every school takes applications. There is nobody who says no unless they're physically restricted by seats, of which we didn't have any. So everybody took applications because we proved last year that if you get more students, we will get you the FTE in appropriation with our current staffing formula to get you that support. Where before, it had been, why take the risk? I'm good. So this is getting everybody together to get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here, thank you for, and we look forward to the partnership with you and your team on
Likewise.
this, and hopefully you can come back. And you said that there is not a straight line between this and student outcomes, but maybe 3 years from now, the way we allocate resources is what's going to make a difference
Hey, if
in
you
closing the achievement gaps.
If you want to be on the front page of the website that says, we implemented Allovue and our test scores went up, be my guest.
Well, I would hope, I mean, if you have been in this business for 10 years, a school district that has used it 5 years back has been able to demonstrate that closure of achievement gaps.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's what the essential thing is. By allocating resources equitably to where students need, we are able to get that end result, closing gaps.
I mean, I've done the math on this and I would estimate about probably $200 billion is inequitably distributed in this country. So we've got a long way to go. But we're
We'll worry
chipping away
about
at it.
the 300 or 500 million we have and not worry about the.
All right,
200
we'll worry about you guys.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
all
ma'am.
so much.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is
photo?
going to be another one. It's the Schneider Energy Performance Audit. Chris, back to you.
Thank you. With us tonight, presenting from Schneider Electric, is Mr. Caleb Shin, and then as a third-party consultant is Mr. Josh Chisholm. But the district lead on this is Mr. Travis Whitley. Travis, do you want to open up and then turn it over? We're gonna bring up your presentation and we'll give you the controller. Feel free to have a seat.
Thanks. Yeah, as Chris said, my name's Travis. I'm a project manager here with the district, but also the energy manager. And we've got about 15 slides to run through this evening. And I actually think it would work best. You guys do it however you please, but if you would just kind of ask your questions as we move through the slides. If that's not how you like to work, that's fine. But we're open to that.
Okay. And
so-
that's what we'll do.
Okay.
If that's what.
Great.
Okay.
And our aim this evening is basically just to give y'all a working knowledge of kind of this niche little market that we are trying to move into here so that you are armed with the information you need to vote on it next week.
Could you introduce again?
Yes. Yeah, so this is Caleb Shin.
Okay.
He's with Schneider Electric and they are the vendor that we're working with on this. And then Josh Chisholm with capital A.
We know Josh.
And you know Josh.
Good to see you.
All right.
I'm sorry, I don't know you.
Yes, ma'am. Josh Chisholm with capital AE, and I had the opportunity to serve for the district in the facilities department for many years.
That's all right.
That's how I know Dr.
All right. And thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. We have a short outline for the evening. We'll begin with why we're here. This is a cost savings project we'll be talking about, but we think it's important that we focus on the district and how this is going to impact the district. Travis will kick us off talking about the Energy Office State Program. We've already begun doing some legwork, so we'll share the outcome of some of our early findings. We have some local case studies to reference. And then we will get into what the next phase of this looks like and then potential next steps following that. All right, why are we here? I've had the pleasure of attending a handful of board meetings the last couple of months. I've also gotten to engage with a number of different district stakeholders, and throughout that time I've learned a number of things, but a handful of, I would say, district priorities that I picked up on, you'll see on the board. Around fiscal stewardship, maximizing opportunities for students at District 11, leveraging creative funding strategies, as Jess mentioned, it's important, I'm not sure if she's right there. Keeping money in the classroom, right? This project or this state program allows you to do that in a number of different ways. So, and I guess I also would like to say that it's been pretty impressive being involved with the district, attending these board meetings. I've seen quite a bit of progress in all 5 of these categories for the past couple of months. So that's something to be proud of, especially considering the challenges that school districts in the state of Colorado have been facing for years from a funding perspective. So that's why we're here, and now we'll transition into the state program and how it begins to align with those things. So when our team sort of started down this road, the first thing we did about a year ago was engage with the Colorado Energy Office, and they have a small team of full-time staff members, and their sole focus is to basically hold the hand of organizations like D11 and other public entities as they pursue an energy performance contract. And that's sort of the buzzword that you'll hear us mention over and over again. That's what this contract structure is called, as an energy performance contract, or an EPC. And so we started having conversations with the Colorado Energy Office about a year ago, and they helped us plan our solicitation, and then have helped us kind of to structure sort of the early stages of this process. And that's a service they offer at no charge. And so they will stay sort of in our corner throughout the duration of what could potentially be a multi-year process, but we're in sort of this 3-way partnership with them, District 11 and Schneider. And this is not a new program by any means. Here are some statistics from the state program, you'll see that there have been 88 energy performance contracting projects that have taken place throughout the state of Colorado. And in that bottom right box, you'll see that that's equated to, in total, over $700 million in facility improvements funded totally by energy savings. Yeah. And now we can get into the mechanics of how the program actually works. And this is an area that I would encourage you to ask questions if something isn't clicking. You'll see the two bars, or excuse me, the columns under the project funding summary. If you focus on the before column, you'll see the energy and water bill. Right now, District 11 is spending, roughly speaking, $6 million on an annual basis on gas, water, and electricity. Through this program, you're able to implement energy savings measures that essentially reduce the amount of energy you're spending on an annual basis. If you look at the after column, that's what your utility and M&O bill would look like after a project. You'll see that there's a chunk of savings there, right? Those savings, I think the word savings can be a bit misleading. Those savings are used to fund the project. So it's more of a one-to-one project. It costs $1, it saves $1. You're using the savings to fund the work. And in a nutshell, instead of sending Colorado Springs, call it $1.5 million a year, you're able to reinvest those dollars today into your schools, into your classrooms, funding critical projects that you would otherwise have to pay for out of different means. And it's the reason I think that this program has been adopted by so many school districts across Colorado is because it's a creative way to fund projects without dipping into your reserves, without pulling from the general fund, or without taxing your community. By working within your current budget and instead of spending on utilities, you're spending it on the kids. You'll see next to those two columns, there's an addition sign and a dollar sign. As a part of these projects, you're able to tap into a lot of different sorts of incentive funding opportunities, whether it's grants, rebates. As we're going through the development process, we're not just looking at energy savings, we're looking for whatever other funding source we can to give you more funding impact, essentially. In fact, we were working with Travis and Jocelyn last week to put in on a grant application for, I think, just under $2 million for some work. And currently in America, there are all sorts of energy-related funding opportunities that exist. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of those we've helped school districts around here pursue successfully.
As we change slides, I just know that there has been a question that's come up several times, which is, how do we get to the, $700 million of deferred maintenance? This is a way that you get to some of that. We are constantly talking about budget. We have $20 million of rolling capital budget that we do. This is a way to extend that by trading off the energy that you would save by updating your equipment to pay for that equipment. So as an example, LED lights. These are these LED lights? No, these are not. You put LED lights, they normally pay themselves off in 2.5, 3 years, depending upon the usage of the room. Right now, Travis, as our program manager, has to go to Terry, who has to go to Chris, who has to then come to the board to get approval that says we need $10,000 to put LED lights inside the boardroom. Instead of us paying the $10,000 for that, this relationship, they put the $10,000 up. And then what we save on that energy bill, we pay down that $10,000. So I always just want to be upfront. This is not how we save money on utilities. This is how we use utility savings to fund things that we have proven we're not getting to. We are not getting to these upgrades. Travis alone, if I gave him $100 million tomorrow, could revolutionize the district because, and you'll see what Schneider will tell us about here in a minute, the low-hanging fruit for opportunities is so rich. We just don't have that budget authority. So how do you use the savings as a way to buy into that to get it to come back to you? Now, as these guys get into it, I will admit, having been in this business, there is risk. The risk is if we don't have a guy like Travis who make sure that we do the right things with our buildings, well, then we use the savings to pay for the upgrade, but then we overuse the item. And then if we overuse the item, the savings not really there. So it has to be, and I don't wanna steal their thunder, it has to be a board commitment that says, not only do we wanna do something smart with our money, you're a financial advisor, you understand that, but we wanna commit to then being a green district there afterwards. Because if we don't adopt to that, then we just have really expensive brand new equipment that we overrun. And remember, it's the amount of time you use it and the rate that you get charged for it. That's what your utility bill is. This will decrease the amount of usage that you have. We don't control the rate.
I think it falls on Travis now to go and make sure that everything is switched off.
And again, because Travis is an army of one, the reason I say we talked about buy-in on the last product, this has to go to everybody. So you can't drive, it's real though, because if you drive by a comprehensive high school sometimes on a Saturday night, the whole building will be lit up. Because there was a basketball game that ended at 9. And there is a custodian in there appropriately cleaning up the basketball arena. But you don't need the whole building lit up to actually clean just the basketball part of the building. So, and that's a lot, I'm saying this as my own forewarning. It's a behavioral change in how we think about the work that we do. Now, my office has an automatic light switch on it, so when I leave, I know that if I forget to hit the button, I guess in 5 minutes it's gonna go off. But if you don't have that in every building, is your building manager willing to shut down all the wings at Coronado and just have the auditorium up while they clean out the auditorium?
Yep. And so from what I understand, just a quick follow-up question, Schneider Electric will be making that initial investment to make us energy efficient, and then you get paid for the savings afterwards, through the savings?
So, Schneider's role, and I should have articulated this earlier, we are responsible for designing the project on the front end. So all of the engineering that goes into the scope and the energy analysis. And at the end of design, we transition to the construction firm that manages the implementation of all of that. As we're getting towards the end of design and before construction, there is money that needs to be fronted to fund the project, right? The energy office will help the district bring in a third-party lender that has no ties to Schneider Electric. The district takes out a loan, and that loan is used to fund the work then. Paid Schneider, work is funded, and those savings start accumulating after the energy conservation measures have been implemented. And the savings from the energy conservation measures are used to pay off that loan. And the district is protected even by the state. The state requires that the energy savings cover the loan entirely, either equal to or greater than the loan. So what you end up having is a project that's completely budget neutral or budget positive. So let's say your annual debt service payment is $100,000 a year. That guaranteed savings needs to be $100,000 or greater. Let's say we're guaranteeing $100,000 and that's your loan. Let's say you only save $90,000 in year one. Schneider's legally responsible to cut you a check to make you whole. So we would cut you a check for that difference, and we would go back and diagnose the issue and figure out why the savings weren't achieved, and we're responsible for fixing that issue, because we don't want to be writing you a check every year. And that way, you're kind of back on track with your savings, and you can proceed making your payment.
Okay. As long as you don't turn the temperature down to 62 or something in our schools as part of the savings.
That's what I was gonna say too, to tag on to Mr. Gall's comment, was that they're not going to try and squeeze the energy out to a point where everyone's uncomfortable and the children are shivering while they're trying to learn. You know, it's 10 degrees outside, well, let's just crank it down to 60 and we can get more savings. You might be able to do that at your house, but we're not gonna do that at your schools. They intentionally cooperate with the district to say, where are your temperature set points? And is there any flexibility? If not, then they're going to model the savings based on where the district operates. They're not gonna model it based on where they hope or wish you could be to try and stretch out the project. They're not gonna play that game.
Yeah, it's more important that your facilities and your schools are operable and you have some flexibility. That's more important than squeezing out every energy savings that exists. For example, one of my first projects out here. We were working with the school district that had that same question at a board meeting. What if we have a new football coach that wants to have 5 a.m. workouts? Can we go in and turn on the gym? Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna build a buffer into the savings and make sure that you're not hamstrung when you're trying to operate your buildings differently because there's a few people here or there.
Go ahead, if there are no other questions at the
I
time.
think it's just an important point to get that out. There is a third-party lender that comes in between this space. You are getting a loan on the savings, but the guarantee, having done this work, Colorado was one of the most difficult states to work with because of the Colorado Energy Office CEO. Because they were so tight to be sure that districts didn't end up upside down. You just have to be careful of that. So that's a good position for us now, because we have the protection of the state.
Just piggybacking off of that, throughout the entire audit process, they're involved at every milestone meeting, and then Schneider's required to submit a report that shows all of our engineering, all of our energy analysis. The state vets the document and make sure that everything is legitimate before you're even able to take the next step into construction. So you have the state and their technical team vetting all of the energy analysis on the front end, which mitigates risk as far as savings not actually happening.
So multiple checks and balances.
I also think it's important to add that as I've become more familiar with Schneider Electric, they've done, correct me if I'm wrong, 900 performance contracts across the nation, which a construction tallies up to over $3 billion. So this is not a new endeavor for Schneider. They've done it times and time again.
And there were some comments by even local school districts in your presentation. I think they will come up.
Yeah. I don't think we need to go through all of the program benefits, but I do want to hit on the top one. I know we're talking energy efficiency and lighting and turning lights off. A lot of the scope that usually falls into our projects directly impacts the learning environment. A lot of it's tied to ventilation, classroom comfort, and with lighting, there are optimal lighting levels. So the Colorado projects that I've worked on have all been very learning environment focused. And then in some scenarios, school districts have chosen to take the energy savings and also put them towards more capital related projects that they just didn't have funding for. So you can do a lot as far as the projects you want to accomplish, but it's not just energy savings projects that aren't going to benefit anyone. There can be tremendous benefits in the classroom from these projects, not just savings. So we've been in all of your facilities, we've begun doing some energy analysis. We've not done a deep dive, but very quickly our engineering team found that there's a pretty sizable opportunity for energy savings. And that's not at all a fault to Travis, but large school district, older buildings, it's not uncommon to find opportunities, and your district is certainly ripe with low-hanging fruit and everything in between as far as areas that we could help the district save money. If we do get into the investment grade audit, we'll kind of be fine-tuning the different energy savings measures and working with Travis and team to develop a scope of work that makes sense, not just based off of energy savings, but off of facility needs. So it's likely the final savings number would fall somewhere in between those two goalposts based off of the final scope selection.
What's the O&M?
Good question. Operations and maintenance.
Which is if you buy a new air conditioner, you don't have to spend so much time fixing the old air conditioner. And you know how hard our FOTC team is working, constantly repairing aged equipment. And again, going back to the statements that have, or the questions that have come often from the board is, how do we get out from underneath this? And this is just an option for us to get out from underneath it at a small scale.
Again, we've not gotten to the end of the audit. We don't know what the scope of work is going to be, but just based off of the preliminary conversations that we've had around potential scope and the savings estimates that we have, this is roughly speaking and this is where we could arrive 9 or so months from now as far as this is what the project looks like, this is what it's going to accomplish. So just a very high level project overview, addressing $30 million in deferred maintenance. Again, without dipping into your general fund capital budget, reserves, over $40 million in cost savings, safety and security upgrades, improved occupant comfort in educational spaces, optimized light levels in classrooms. We will focus on using local labor during the construction of the project, so keeping the construction team El Paso County based, and with automation upgrades, you have the ability to extend the life of equipment you've already invested in. Oh, and I guess the last bullet, you're fine. Utility costs, as I'm sure some people have noticed, have been rapidly rising, and this is a way to hedge against rapidly rising utility costs. Superintendent Gold mentioned LED lighting. There are a number of different energy conservation measures, that we look at during the audit process. This is not by any means all-inclusive, but these are some of the common measures that school districts are interested in us pursuing. Some of them have high paybacks, some of them are more capital intensive. Usually what we see school districts wanting to do is take the low-hanging fruits, the projects that cost a little and save a lot, like the lighting, and leveraging those to offset the projects that cost a little and save a lot, like a boiler or a roof, projects that you typically have to spend quite a bit of money out of pocket on. Larger capital expenses can be offset with some of the more energy intensive savings projects. And a number of those different projects have different rebates and grants tied to them, and we'll help the district in pursuing any of those too.
Can you go back a slide, please? The potential projects on the right, we could literally just shift the audience right now. And this could be Chris and Terry coming with the work that we want to do this summer and the work that we need funding for. And then we're going to line item through, like, these are not things that we don't deal with every day. The question is can we work them in a way that is to our advantage instead of constantly to our cost? Go ahead.
I'm just curious about the lighting. Is this just in the buildings, or will it include parking lots and things of that nature as well?
All of the above.
Awesome.
Actually, the exterior lighting is the very best ROI for us, so we look at all of it.
Nice.
What is that human-centric RGB tunable lighting?
Yeah, you're good. Human-centric and RGB is red, green, blue. In SPED classrooms, there's special lighting that has more functionality and can change tones. Sometimes there are color tones, and sometimes it's just the warmth and the coldness of the light. They can impact mood and improve the learning space. And I don't know as much about that as I should, but a project that we're working on in Canyon City, they have a SPED classroom that we're installing RGB tunable lighting because of the positive impact it can have on those students in there. So you can, with lighting and really with a lot of these, you can just tackle the most bang for your buck type projects, or you can take it a step further and you can have it, I guess, make a bigger impact on the learning environment. So those types of lighting have been proven to have a more significant impact on certain types of students in classrooms.
You have full spectrum lighting for regular classrooms?
Yeah.
Interior ones?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious too, will you also help with, when you say security and safety? I know that the police department has blue lights in some schools where it's not as loud, but it's also very low lighting, but it helps with letting kids know when an emergency is happening, if they're special needs in a certain way in that capacity. So you'll be helping with that part too?
So we can really install just about anything. Our role during the construction phase is as the general contractor. If there are savings or funding that we can generate through energy savings projects, it's really up to the district to prioritize what you want to spend the money on. And on the safety and security side, there are tons of different grant opportunities out there, and I'll touch on several of the districts we're working with locally that have really prioritized security And they've done some creative things that you wouldn't think traditionally fall into an energy scope of work. So to your point, that is something that could fall into this. It's just we will, even though that $50 whatever million in savings seems like a lot of money, that can dry out pretty quickly. So it'll be kind of working through prioritization with the district to figure out what all fits in.
Awesome.
I think your next slide may be talking about that security. Lewis Palmer, I think
Yeah.
did something there. Go ahead.
So I'll kind of jump around. I'll start with Canyon City. They did go after, we did help them pursue the COPS SVP School Violence Prevention Grant. They secured that money, and I think they had the highest grant award in Colorado, and they're putting that towards security vestibules. But their project was less about security and more about finding a creative way to fund projects. They're going out for a bond in November of this year, and they want to show their community, their community, that they're being great stewards of taxpayer dollars and funding almost $4 million worth of work in-house with a creative funding strategy, allowing them to keep their general fund dollars focused on the classroom. So we're helping them tell that story. We're in the middle of construction. We're also rolling out it's kind of like a 3 or 4 prong marketing approach where we're engaging the community. We're working on a video with the district because a lot of the cool things going on at Canyon City, the community unfortunately is not privy to because they're not in the classrooms all the time. So we're helping them tell that story and express the fiscal responsibility piece so that come November, hopefully there's more support and So that's the Canyon City story. At Cripple Creek, they've had declining enrollment for a while and they were just looking for a way to fund projects and not deplete their budget. And they had a lot of really critical deferred maintenance pieces on the mechanical side. So they used this program to develop a self-funding project that also brought in 2 different grant funds, one from DOLA from the state and the other was a safety and security grant, not tied to vestibules but to access controls. These stories kind of just give you a different idea of how you can take the energy savings piece and really blend it into what it is you're trying to accomplish. Lewis Palmer is another district that ironically has had a hard time passing a bond for a while, and they had for the past 15 years they've been trying to make these safety and security issues, and they just didn't have $2 million lying around. They were able to leverage this program and take the savings to fund security vestibule work. In Thompson School District, a little bit different, and we've not implemented this yet, but they've got a pretty robust sustainability plan. It involves solar and some energy efficiency metrics that they're trying to hit, and they've selected us to be their partner to kind of execute the sustainability plan. So shifting from security, more sustainability focused, but those are just some local references and stories that I think kind of give you a good idea of how you can leverage this type of program. I won't camp out too much on these. I do want to start on the right side. We're talking a lot about infrastructure, energy efficiency projects. One of my favorite things about what we get to do is outside of the energy and facilities related stuff. When we're able to engage with students, we always do. At Canyon City, they have a senior design and drafting class, and me and some of our engineers came in and had a 3-part series working with their class. We aligned it with their curriculum. It was a ton of fun, and interestingly enough, our process fell in line to a degree with their actual curriculum. And we kind of gave them like a real world look at how this actually can play out, and it was happening at their school district, and then they invited us in to be part of their capstone presentations, and then we capped it all off with a Schneider scholarship that 2 of their students got to win. So that was a really cool experience. That was not something we'd done before. At most of our, with most of our school district partners, we have smaller one-off activities around Earth Day or Energy Awareness Month, teaching students about solar, building solar cars, racing them, and things like that. But if there's interest on the school side, we can get creative and we can do some things that I think are pretty interesting. I've actually gotten to host District 11 students the last 2 years at a Students in STEAM conference that we created at the Discovery Center. And Elizabeth Torres from West, I did not meet her the first year, but the second year she came up to me and was talking. And I think she retired in December. But she volunteered herself to come back next year and help us organize the event, which I thought was pretty cool. But I like to mention this because it's one of the areas that I really enjoy, and if there's an appetite for us to engage the students too, we'd love to do that.
I would say that answer would be yes. A resounding yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, project timeline. As Travis mentioned, the district had engaged the energy office, and as a part of that process, the district worked with the energy office on state procurement. We were involved in that competitive procurement. Fast forward to today, we're looking at kicking off the investment grade audit in February, and that could last anywhere from 6 to 10 months, depending on the scope that's developed. Following that phase, there's project implementation, and after that, Schneider is responsible for the 3 years following implementation by state law to measure and verify the savings of the project, essentially ensure that the project is performing as it's supposed to. And that leads us to where we are today, the investment grade audit. And as I mentioned, it's about 9 months, 6 to 10 months of detailed design, really crawling behind the walls, detailed energy analysis, engineering, building energy models, and working with Travis and co to kind of develop the scope of work that makes the most sense to ultimately pursue. And as we're going through that process, costs and savings for each scope item will get fleshed out, and we'll also be sourcing the different funding sources, grants, and things of that nature throughout that process.
So I'm just gonna touch quickly on some of the particulars of what we are proposing as part of this investment grade audit. So what Schneider did is, in November, they did sort of a flyby walkthrough of our buildings, just to the extent that they could come back and make kind of some high level recommendations about where they think their time would be best spent. And so, I'll talk a little bit about where we drew the line, but what they're recommending is that we include 35 of our buildings in what's called the investment grade audit. Those buildings total 2.9 million square feet, which is almost 3/4 of our district building area. The rate, the state determined rate for the investment grade audit is 20 cents per square foot. And so what we're proposing, what you guys will have the opportunity to vote on next week, is a $571,000 scope of work. And to be clear, the note at the bottom is, so that is a lot of time from their team in our buildings. And at the end of that, they give us a big old report of all their findings and all their recommendations. There's many meetings intermittently, but at the end, we're left with an IGA report and an energy performance contract proposal. And so basically, here's what we found, here's what we're recommending. And at that stage, you guys would, if we're approved to go into the investment grade audit, then 6 to 9 months from now, you would hear from us again with a project proposal. So I just want to be clear, what you would vote on next week is to move forward into the audit. Any actual construction would be a separate contract and a separate board issue.
How many of those 35 buildings are schools?
Next slide.
Yeah, let me show you, and I want to be clear that the little legend in the right hand corner. So if a building is in black, that doesn't mean that it's not going to be looked at. It means that they're not going to be doing sort of the very deep design intensive dive at that school. It doesn't mean that no work will happen at that school. It's just that 20 cents per square foot, we wanted to be kind of strategic about how we spent that money. And the report that they give us and the information that the district would potentially be paying for is only valuable to us if we're sort of prepared to act on it before it is outdated. And so the reason for not auditing every building is that we felt like this was a more realistic bite that we could actually chew and swallow, if I can say it that way. And so that's kind of where we drew the line. But what they did, just for your information, is basically they identified 14 potential energy efficiency measures that we might be looking to implement at buildings. It's not an exhaustive list, just some of the heavy hitters. And they went through on their quick walkthrough of the buildings and checked yes or no, is this building a candidate for lighting? Is it a candidate for HVAC controls? And on down the list. And every building where they checked 9 boxes or more is shown in green. Every buildings where they check 8 or less is shown in black. And so there's nothing magic about that number. It just sort of got the cost of the audit into what we felt like was a reasonable value for the district. And they've been clear all along the way. It doesn't mean they're not gonna set foot in Adams, and it doesn't mean that we wouldn't even implement work there. It's just it's a different level of detail.
So does it mean if we do the 571 and go further, that 571 is in whatever contract we say yes to?
So you can
Am I
work it.
making sense?
Yep.
You are, and we can work it either way. We're gonna have the dollars encumbered. If it's approved, then we're gonna be prepared to pay for that. We would have the prerogative to roll it into a construction contract. My understanding is that's not necessarily our preference, but it would be an option available to us. Chris, I don't know if you wanna say.
I think the best way to just describe it is you could take your loan origination fee in your house and you can pay it, or you can roll it into your mortgage.
Right.
And that would be for the board to discuss with some of the dollars that are currently existing in a non-recurring. This and I don't know, you guys have a slide in there on buy downs? Is that in this deck or not?
It's at the back in case it comes up.
Well, we don't have to get to it, you guys talk about. As the industrial grade audit comes out, and it says there are, I'll just call it $20 million worth of capital opportunities, of which we can fund through this third-party vendor that the state helps us find and manage. Or we can buy down $2 or $3 million of that because there are fallout dollars, and then decrease the amount that we're paying over time. So just like we paid our bond off early, if you're ever in a position to be able to use your dollars differently, it's for the board to decide. But those options are on the table. Most of the time that I've seen this work done, you don't pay for the audit, you roll the audit into the larger deal.
Yeah, basically, so it's like, you're our guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just saying, there is no.
You're making the decision.
Again, when I look at this from my time in this field, and I had no relationships with Schneider, the company I worked with actually never fronted or found partners to front money for equipment. They were on behavior only. The aged, decrepit state of so much of our equipment says, yeah, we could manage how we use it better, but it doesn't function, so we need to upgrade it. The state here in Colorado plays a critical role, because it really makes this, it's a strategic decision for the board, but the board isn't then having to say, now suddenly we're 7 energy managers. You don't want to be energy managers. The state is providing you that cover to say, this is a vetted company, we did this through an RFP, but you guys were already on the list, right? We could have gone straight to the state-approved list. But because I had dealings in this business, we insisted that we went with a full RFP, so nobody could say, oh, I know Caleb, right? I don't know Caleb. I saw him at a board meeting once, and then saw him on LinkedIn, and I was like, well, that's actually pretty cool. Guy who wants to do business is attending our board meetings. You know, that's, to me, the kind of partnership that I think goes a long way. That's all I have to say. Next slide.
To clarify on this slide here too, is that it's, just to make clear, the buildings that are in black on these are not excluded from the potential of being included in the project. It's just that, I mean, you can see McAuliffe and Freedom, those are new schools, those are black. The opportunities for them, for Schneider Electric to go in and spend a week trying to squeeze out energy savings probably wouldn't be worth the district's time and money to pay them to go do that, because there wouldn't be enough available. Might get to the other side and they'll say, nope, there really isn't anything here. That was the intent of this slide, but there still may be opportunities. McAuliffe might have exterior lighting that's available that can be replaced. they're still gonna go identify that. They're not gonna spend a week there trying to squeeze some juice out of something that there isn't any available. So, just for clarification.
I'll note, I appreciate that clarification, because when I look at the list and I see Mitchell on there, and Mitchell's been traditionally, 'cause some people believe it's been an ignored school. And so I have
so
an issue with it being ignored.
Well, Mitchell's on there in black because we just did $14 or $18 million worth of
HVAC.
brand new HVAC
HVAC,
equipment.
Yep.
yeah.
Well, it's got
So-
a new parking lot too. I hope we put in decent lighting.
Well, and the lighting would be something that we could definitely pick up.
We did.
We did, Travis.
We
And the halogen lighting at Gary Berry Stadium. You know, again, that's a good example of the work we're doing. It's just we paid for that. And now we're gonna get the energy savings from it. So it's just really where you see the value of your dollar. Is it the $100,000 for lighting in Gary Berry, and now we'll save $10,000 a year for 10 years? Or is it, I don't have enough money for lighting at Gary Berry, I'll let the savings pay for the chance to get that done. But the reason, so if you look at that, like Mitchell and or newer schools, like you'll notice Trailblazers on there, Adams is a pretty new school. Right, those are places where we can find savings, but it doesn't make sense to use this relationship for that. That's mostly a building will go in hand because the program control for the HVAC, you know, doesn't take the building in an unoccupied mode at 8 o'clock at night. We can get a subcontractor in there or our team can program that. We don't need Schneider's expertise for that.
Well, with that question, how does Tesla get to be green?
I
mean-
don't know if you guys have
I
any.
mean, the
takeaways from
Tesla's HVAC system is still, I believe it's still original, which does have 15 to 20 year life expectancy. The lighting is fluorescent. I don't know off the top of my head all the other energy saving opportunities there, but
For the age of that building, it is actually kind of an energy hog. Yeah, and it kind of always has been, so.
And the answer you provided, you went through a checklist, and if it was 9 or more, they went green, and if it's 8 or less, it went this. So I'm going to trust that you guys went through the checklist, and
Yeah, but
the
it just
reason
seems so
Tesla
much
is
newer.
green is 9 or more.
Right.
Yeah, but it just seems so much newer compared to other buildings that we have, which
Very
is
much
why
so,
I
yeah.
posed the question.
That's a testament to our building engineers and our folks that keep everything running over there and making it look nice still.
I often say it's the nicest building in the district.
So if you can finish the rest of it.
And I already touched on most of what's in this slide, but this just outlines what's in that next phase of work. Again, much more detailed site surveying by our team and working and with Travis and his team towards a final scope of work that has cost and savings attached to all of it. That is what this next phase looks like.
Yeah, so that last bullet, that would be if we're approved to go into the investment grade audit, then 6 to 9 months from now, you would see us again, and we would be talking about real construction at that point.
Just curious, with the real construction, how disruptive will it be? Do you know what I mean? I mean, I know you're gonna be doing the light switches and, you know, all those, how in the world?
We would manage it basically the way that our office does the rest of our construction program. We would lean heavily on June and July, and then the work that's taking place on a roof or in a boiler room or you know, in sort of the less conspicuous areas, we could try and fit in the rest of the year, but it would be handled the way that any other construction project is.
Okay.
And so we'd work very hard to keep the disruption to an absolute minimum.
A lot of the lighting work is done overnight too,
Ah,
when folks aren't around.
yeah, that's huge.
I was just gonna add also that the investment grade audit, the 6 to 9 month process, it's not that Schneider Electric is just gonna go out over the next 6 to 9 months, draft up this 6-inch binder of projects and then hand it to you and say, let's go. They don't want to do that because they don't wanna get your answer to be no, that's too big or that's too small. It's this iterative process along the way. They wanna get to the end of the investment grade audit where they everyone's already comfortable and confident that this is gonna be the right decision. So I just wanna make that clear. It's very collaborative and iterative from now until the point of, is everyone comfortable or are we ready to roll?
Do we get to see some of the sensors and different things? No? I'm just kidding. I'm
We
just
can
checking.
certainly, you know,
I mean, yeah, like
I really like Terry Schneider's
schedule
commitment to student learning as well as student scholarships. There's such an opportunity here for us to make this a student endeavor. So with the STEM programming that we have, and particularly for any of the schools that we're doing, when I had done this work before, most of our energy components, the mechanicals of buildings are hidden. Kids have no concept of the water, the electricity, and then the natural gas or other ways to produce heating. They don't understand how that happens. And in a previous life, we had taken kids into a boiler room. And when you show kids a boiler room and you get them to understand, I mean, people have no concept that we're paying $15,000, $20,000 a month in electric bills for a high school. And so you say if you could curb either through equipment or through how you keep the lights on, if you could curb that by 10 or 20%, you're getting to a full FTE that you can add to that building. You can get a whole extra person if you're just, and all our dads or moms yelled at us as kids, you know, close that door, we're raising a barn, you know, the little thing. Just, we have a huge opportunity here to accelerate how we refurbish a lot of our buildings, project ourselves as being a leader district on green initiatives, and bring our students into that in the same fold.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what they looked like. I just want, you know, I know you have to make a schedule for all of the different parts you need in there. So I thought, isn't an opportunity to just see what those are gonna look like and functioning with it before it's installed. I'm just one of those
Well,
finish.
we can accommodate
pieces.
Director Daniel.
Just
if
so
it's necessary, and show her the
Yeah.
reasons behind it.
I love sensors.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Are you, anything more to present out there?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, so let's keep it on that previous slide, I think, if,
One prior.
no, this is good, this is good. Any questions first from the board members here, then I can turn to Director Nelson and Director Loma, is Director Loma with us? Okay, Director Loma, any questions first from this? So just to, the board understands this is coming as a contract.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So on February 8th, I'll be bringing a contract award request to the board to approve the IGA portion of this endeavor. That's that audit. And at the end of the audit, we'll be able to bring back to you, how do we want to proceed? How do you want to move forward? But I felt it was really important because this type of effort isn't done very frequently. So to understand it, that was the purpose of getting with you today, to make sure you feel comfortable as we move forward in the terms that we use. So we'll bring it back on February 8th.
Okay, which means that what Director Daniels was asking before, we are not rolling this over to an energy performance contract.
Correct, it's just the front phase, the first part of the effort. It's the audit
Just the
for
audit.
$571,000.
And we can afford it?
And we have funding for it.
Okay.
It doesn't get any better than that.
Just checking.
Okay,
Rolling it into the cost of the loan is not an option, or it is? an
It is if the board
we accept
chooses to move forward
Schneider.
at the end of 10 months.
So when
But
we
we have to
take,
encumber the money first to promise them that
Oh,
if
I
we
see.
choose not to, they get paid
Still
for the
get
work.
paid,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
So this is a real decision point
Yeah.
next week.
Yep.
How we fund, but we can't really punt and say, well, I really wanna see what that audit
Get
looks
the
like.
ball back, get the ball
We're on the
back.
hook for the audit.
Yep.
After February 8th, if we agree to do this.
so it's gonna take a while to complete all the projects, and so is there an inflation factor when we get to that point? Or, you know, anytime you have a large project, prices change. Yes?
To the best of us.
My apologies.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
okay.
As
Oh,
we're-
yes, I'm sorry.
As we're going through the development process and scope is being selected, we're estimating projects and we're working with subcontractors to get bids on projects, and we're building in contingency based off of what we think
Excuse me, so when the work is organized, when you're working with subcontractors, so you're gonna have a subcontractor for lights. So then you have a schedule for all the lights that are gonna get changed, and boiler, and, okay, I got it, thank you.
And
Which is a good extension for us.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have to manage.
I'm just,
Because right now, we are limited on the work we can get done every year by the number of projects that we can manage internally.
Marcella,
So this is
could
an
you remove
extension
that
for
so
us.
we can have Director Nelson?
Okay, go ahead.
And throughout the investment grade audit, they'll be working with the market to understand how much is lighting costing today. Because if the board approves a performance contract 6 to 9 months from now, we need to be, we're guaranteeing this. So don't tell me it costs $10 and then, 3 months from now, tell me it costs 12. They're working with the market to understand what that is. They're building in contingencies and escalation rates to prepare. But all along the way, the subcontractors are a part of that to make sure that their pricing is accurate.
So are we still in the throes of the supply chain disruption?
Yeah, for sure.
Director Nelson, you had a question?
Yes, I was wondering, I realized that the idea of doing an energy savings is new to District 11, but given that we're 150 years old, have we ever done anything like this where we've kind of looked at the district as a whole and taken full account of efficiencies that we can find, or is this kind of a new thing for District 11?
So it's not a new thing. We've actually taken advantage of this exact mechanism before. It predated me, but in the early 2000s, we did an energy performance contract. And actually, I believe it was under that contract that we went from the older generation fluorescent lightings to the newer generation, which is what we have in the buildings today. And now in the last 20 years, those are no longer the best of what's available. And lighting is one example, but our equipment is dated, as you all know. And then myself and John Burden, who kind of co-manage the utilities, we sort of nibble away at this throughout the year, all day, every day. But this would be an opportunity to move the needle in kind of one large effort, which is of course very exciting to us. We do it just bits and pieces at a time.
So just a follow-up question, more for Mr. Gall or the District 11 staff. How would this correlate with our facilities master plan that we were discussing a few weeks ago, trying to get an updated version, especially when you consider the previous FMP called for closing schools that are now on this list, and we don't want to close schools. So I just am wondering, Schneider, have you experienced working with a district we're trying to think through the future of District 11 and what that looks like, and have you ever come alongside and partnered with a district, or would that fall more on us and our staff, our facility staff, to figure out exactly how we want to marry the audit with the future of District 11?
Yeah, so I'll answer first. We certainly need to crosswalk the initial first pass that Schneider made against either things we've already committed to do and we've allocated dollars for, if we feel that we want to continue to do that, and the things that we said that we wanted to tackle in the FMP. There is a misconception that you can't do an energy performance contract with a bond. If you have an energy performance contract up front, it actually makes your bond much simpler, because again, you're spreading your dollar in a different way. It could also work the other way, where if Schneider wasn't here and we had won the bond by the 1 vote or the 11 or 12 votes that we were off, you could still adjust the way that you're going through your bond based upon having somebody come in with this energy specific focus. So there's a little bit of work for our facilities team to do to make sure we're doing that crosswalk. With the original statement of not planning to do any consolidation or closures of schools right now, and without having a bond on the table, the money that we would spend in this relationship would likely pay itself off, even if there were years down the road that we decided to build a new Frumpty Frump elementary school, which meant that the Humpty Dumpty one and the Little Red Riding Hood one had to combine to go into it. So we're not really throwing good money after bad if we think that there are larger facility conversations to have in the future. The need and the way that we overuse energy right now based upon the limitation of the equipment that we have means that this is the right thing for us to be exploring. If we had a building on the table right now that we were seriously contemplating, then I think the board has a conversation through a recommendation of facilities that says, maybe we turn that one black instead of green. But, the way I've been leading right now is we're not thinking about consolidation and closure. We still think that we're in a growth period coming forward. We have the demographic scope of work coming out, and that truth is still to be told. We have some time to get that planning done. This is 6 to 8 months of an industrial grade audit. If there were 38 buildings and we went forward with 35 of those 38, that's a margin of error that I think we'd be okay with. Does that answer your question, Director Nelson?
Yes, and you brought in that bond piece. That was in the back of my mind as well, that having this information will benefit us in the future should we decide to go for a bond in the coming years. Just having more information about our facilities and that we are planning how to take care of them. That will serve us well in communication with the community.
Yeah. And also, the only thought that I was going to add is if we do go for a future bond at some point in time, this would be going to our taxpayers and saying we are using our money, the taxpayer money, in a judicious way, as efficiently as possible, so they can support us if necessary with the future bonding.
This puts us in a stronger position than operating a failure. That's pretty much how we operate right now. And so if the tire guy says you need new tires, you probably buy the new tires and don't just drive around until they blow out. And you actually get savings if you have newer tires in your car. I don't want to simplify it that much, but this is a first step of us trying to tackle that impossible question of, with so many demands on our resources, how do we start to modernize ourselves without always constantly having to believe that the bond is the bailout to get it. So this actually, to President Malpackham's point, holds us accountable when we're asking for those larger dollars going forward.
Just real quick, thanks team that presented out. Nicely done. Good. It was really easy to understand the information, and so thank you for coming tonight.
Okay, Director Loma, if you are there, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I understood everything. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else up here? So thank you very much. So this is going to come. I don't see you at the board meetings. I guess Superintendent Gall says he's seen you. I'll look for you in future board meetings if you're sitting listening to our board conversation. So I expect you will be there next week. Okay, thank you.
I'm just jealous of the hair, so I pick it out.
And when you are talking about Superintendent Gall, just a feedback to you, and you talk about moving fast, and just today we are talking about a student-based budgeting and then an energy performance, a demographic study that's coming up. We are going to talk about the AMP, the schools that are going to be the STEM schools and all those things. So we are going fast. Speed is of the essence, so I don't think you are taking the foot off the pedal, so to speak. You're going
Well, this is actually the good work of the staff. These are ideas that we brought forward many months ago, and this is just the nature of our business. And then procuring, bringing people in, the nature of the relationships and working in schools and shifting and change itself. We were with K-12 today, and one of the slides was on change management. We understand that it's very difficult to do something different than you did the day before, especially if you're feeling the pressure of maybe the day before didn't have the outcomes that the district felt that it needed to. And so we're working very closely with all the members of the staff to get this collective buy-in, and now you're just seeing a lot of that work come to fruition. We saw it last week with the contract approval. All those fund balance task force conversations are now coming to the board. So we didn't just say we're gonna appropriate the dollars and then it's good to go. We're actually getting that work done.
Right. But if this is all going to benefit our students and our staff and our schools in the long run and result in improved academic outcomes for our students, which is what we are driving towards.
I just want to do a quick handshake.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm going to ask the board, I see 3 board members here. Could we take a 5-minute break and then come back? Thank you. Okay, so 5-minute or so break, we'll join after that. Okay. So let's get started. We have 2 more agenda items. That's on the work session still. And these are continuation of the conversations from November when we presented the initial district continuous improvement cycle. This is the second part of that. Looking at the data, I went through some of the slides and I'll hand it over to you. Before I hand it over to you, I don't know how that picture got selected. I've been in his classroom so many times. He was my daughter's 5th grade teacher at Scott Elementary, a phenomenal teacher, Mark Peterson out there. So
Yes.
Yesterday at 10:30 in the night, I was going through this and I texted him and I said, like, how did your face appear on my screen at the board work session? And he texted me, said, like, it's an honor to be featured out there. So, yeah.
Yeah,
With
we're
that, I
just-
hand it over to you.
We're just having a conversation, Deborah and I, about science teacher at Scott, right here on the screen. Yeah, and that's part of a push too from Superintendent Gall in our presentations and to always be highlighting our educators and our kids. So that's how that got in there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start us off.
Yeah, I'll just kick off. The nice thing about this cycle is we just gave this update at K-12 today. And so it's fresh in our mind and it's just a part of the way we seek to be sharing the information, not just with our team and what we're doing, but of course with the board and the community as well. And so a lot of this is based upon some of the updates that you saw last week. There are other metrics that you will see as well. And there's a lot of information in here. What we don't want to do is spend all kinds of time on specific pieces of information, but give the board the updates of how we're continuing to do this work, really rooted in the UDIP, which was what were the major improvement strategies that we felt that we needed to tackle as a district. And yes, there is a lot of replication between the UDIP and the USIPs because we agree that many of these things have similar opportunity. So we're going to go through a couple of slides here.
Yeah.
You go over the agenda.
Okay, so I'll just quickly, here's the 3-part agenda really quickly. We're starting with the continuous improvement cycle overview. I'll do that super quickly to remind us where we're at, connected to what President Mel Packham was saying we were coming off of in November. Then we're gonna go right into the data. This time we're doing it a little differently. We're taking the data, aligning it to our goals for the targets for year end, and then what are the adjustments that we've made with our action steps. So that is one section. And then lastly, we'll go into what are we learning from the systems and structures we put in place for our one plan check-ins. Those are the one plan school check-ins and any applicable learning walk observation trends that we're seeing as well. With that, this next slide just shows you, again, those 3 areas that we're looking at. And then as Superintendent Gall described, this is a district-wide continuous improvement cycle. And we're not doing it perfectly, but we certainly are working to, as a district, at every level, understand where are we at with our data, where are we at with our district plan, and what adjustments need to be made to hit our targets. And so you can see here, we are at the February time period with what we've done with the K-12 meeting with the district collaborative with principals, our central exec pro team, our central huddle as we call it that we did today, and then again our school board meeting tonight. The next one will come up in May. All right, I'll turn it over to Dr. Colicky to get us into that big chunk of our continuous improvement cycle.
Great, thank you.
Anybody notice anything different for David?
Yes.
Oh.
You got a haircut.
Haircut.
I'm turning over a new leaf, clean cut look. Just in time for negative 12-degree weather. So, awesome timing. So we'll look at the data cycle here. And so if you, by way of review, these are 3 major improvement strategies, primarily from the district improvement plan, so BFI, that we've really anchored into. We spent something like 130 slides going over, so we'll go over a couple different pieces here and spend most of our time in deepened family community engagement. There's some exciting trends coming out of our family 5E survey that we did in October. And then we'll invite Tanya Nash to talk about coaching and feedback. So also by way of review, remember we don't want to leave any single data point as our only point of reference. No data point left alone. So we're always looking at layering our data across other sources to get a full and holistic picture. So we're not hyper-focusing on one piece, and we're not only looking at assessment data in isolation, but we're looking at assessment data in relationship to attendance data, in relationship to discipline, relationship to 5E, climate and culture, and so on. So MIS1, we're going to hone in on these early reading and math proficiencies. So the first goal was end-of-year targets based on prior performance. We are shooting for reducing the percent of significantly reading deficient SRD students to 25%. So what we can see, this slide should be familiar from previous weeks, where we looked at Acadience data pre to post, and we are relatively flat on these numbers. So our percent of SRD students still hovers around, still exceed pre-pandemic levels by about 7 percentage points. When we look at MIS1 related to math in the same kind of context, we see we want to set some end-of-year targets based on prior performance, that we want to reduce or shrink the bottom performance level by 15%. We want to increase the top performance level by 7%. And this was the slide that was very exciting that we honed in on a little bit a few weeks ago, where we have significantly shrunk the bottom performance levels within elementary math. And so we have far fewer students performing at the lowest performance level than during the pandemic. We want to get that number, based on that prior slide, we want to get that to 15%. And we're currently at 20. 15% would put us at pre-pandemic levels, and then always keep pushing through that. Because even our performance wasn't, we want our performance to be even better than pre-pandemic levels. So that's not our ultimate goal, but it is a goal to set for this midterm. When we look at end of year, so that is for middle school. So the same, you can see that we have shrunk the bottom, but not quite to the degree that we saw in elementary. And so we have at 35%. Again, we're fewer than mid-pandemic, but we are still behind our pre-pandemic. And so we want to get that to, let's see, 30. Yeah, we want to get that down to 30% and grow the top.
So in the middle of the pandemic, we had 68% of our students in that red category.
At this time of year, correct.
Wow.
In a different assessment.
Yeah. And remember, I took the label off, this was comparing Galileo to STAR, but we're looking at performance levels, so there is a correlation between those two. So I'll hand this over to Tamara.
Yep, and I'll be super quick on this since we had a chance at the mid-year time to go over actions, but this is just a reminder. Our actions are rooted in the systems that we're creating to have coherence, and then in content specific professional learning. And I'll highlight from here, remember at the last meeting, I was able to go over action steps by grade band, elementary, middle, and high school, and then our priority schools. So all I'll do here is just give you a little bit of information on what we've got launched right now. So just to highlight, in terms of elementary here, We actually, this week, are doing our direct-to-teacher mathematics planning for learning sessions. Mike and I have had the chance, actually today we welcomed our middle school mathematics teachers. The day before elementary, got to do that with 3 through 5 teachers, and are getting really good response at the level of depth with that training and the level of depth with planning. We also have given out the resource and started that pilot of STAR 360 for early literacy. Text first planning process, we've got that coming down the pike in April, but we've got the process and the protocol we're tweaking and getting ready for that. Tutoring that you see on the right there, we have expanded CLC a few of the sites, and we are going to launch this month in February. We've already had pre-meetings on it. Outcomes-based tutoring at 10, I think we're up to 10 sites now. So that is exciting. In middle school, so everything you talked about that's connected there still rings true here in middle school, but also we are working on our tier 2 intervention. We just had Carol Gates with her team do a information session with our middle school cohort principals today on literacy intervention, Literacy Live, from a need that is coming out of from our area superintendents and our middle school principals. We're also planning for training simultaneously within our current curriculum and literacy study sync, and have started with one school using Dreambox for literacy intervention in middle school. And then for high school, we just came off of, looking at Scott over here, our January monthly sessions, that's in that right column, our monthly collaborative analysis and next steps planning for on track to graduate or on track to success in our early warning systems, where we got to look at a lot of different data pieces. And we're really with our Ed Insights team and our educational technology team working to push the data migration so we can have those 2 reports, on track to graduate and early warning signs data, ready to go. We're targeting Thursday of this week. And then it'll go nicely into the next session that we'll have with school teams. And then priority schools here specifically, again, like I said, with direct-to-teacher training, by the end of this week, we will have trained nearly almost all teachers in our priority schools in mathematics planning for learning. That's in addition to the cascading that we've done with principals, with TLCs and department chairs. We also, again, with select schools, we've been able to pilot and start the work with text first planning for literacy. And this month, we've begun the readiness assessment in this left-hand column for the EASY grant for supporting our turnaround principals. So they were here, the University of Virginia, and they met with our teacher focus groups, our TLC focus groups, our central office focus groups, and have provided us initial feedback for us to move forward with. Those are just highlights of things that have already happened or right around happening, but lots we're following through with and lots we've adjusted with.
Looks like you're going to the major improvement strategy 2 now.
Yes, because, and remember the last time we went deep, the last one in November, we went deep into every single action step. We're actually in the appendix of this particular piece, so you can look at that. We did update those slides as well, but we didn't get to go deeply into major improvement strategy 2 and 3, which is the main focus here.
Do you want to take questions right now on just the first one and then go to the second and third one, or do you want to wait for questions
Sure.
until the end?
You prefer now?
So the first thing was the major instrument improvement strategy one, which was best first instruction. Any questions, comments about that? Go ahead.
Just a quick check-in. I know when I attended the November principals meeting, you guys were rolling out the BFI and some timelines with, staff getting things done and PLC organizations and all that. Are all of our schools up to date and their staff on track with the deadlines that you guys have put in place for getting that rolled out?
I think we'd all answer this the same way. There are always differentiated, individualized, and personalized opportunities. I think holistically, I know I'm pleased at the progress that I'm seeing. I think it showed itself in the mid-year data, but I'll just stop there and let other folks answer anecdotally, and if we want to open that up to the area soups on adaptation or adoption to the BFI strategy.
Yeah,
So
I'd love to get a little of their feedback
Yeah.
before I say.
Yeah, that's what I said. I went to the area soups if
Oh,
we could,
yep,
sorry.
great.
I pointed right over you. So what's working and what's not working? Everybody in a quick sentence.
Yeah, any schools, as far as like adoption with the BFI, teachers planning, I was in your area, Brian, in November on, teachers are gonna have these modules and our PLCs are focused. Everybody having pretty good adoption in their schools with
I'll
everybody
speak
coming
first.
along and all that?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Paul Bungie and Phil, what's his last name? Hutchinson, sorry. But they are everywhere. Like I was joking with Phil today, I'm like, I don't know how you guys like teleport all over the district because I can visit 3 schools and somehow they beat me to all 3 schools in the same day. So they're absolutely phenomenal with that. Fremont Elementary School is one that comes to mind around that work. We had our one plan review back in November, December, and they came up with a very specific, specialized plan around BFI and math instruction. And Paul's been tremendous in helping in that regard.
I think we're seeing excellent implementation of the Eureka math curriculum. We as with any new curriculum, had a little bit of resistance early on, but that has really come on nicely. I think with its implementation with BFI, because BFI is a little more theory-based, there's still a little bit of that understanding the theory, but we're definitely getting tighter. And like I said, with the actual curriculum, really, really quality implementation across all sites.
And I would echo, go to a challenge, Brian, not to make you the grumpy old man, but give the board a challenge.
I think we have a few schools in the central area that are feeling like things have worked well, and they do actually have some data to prove that it's worked well. So the adoption and what aligns to, hey, you're already doing this within BFI in 6 phases. It's more of just a tweak versus a whole new programming. So I'm really seeing the leadership teams and the teachers and the schools work together to build and close that gap. I don't want to point anyone out particularly because I think that every school has a plan and it's a culture and climate piece. But I definitely see that those plans are in place at even those schools I'm thinking about that are a challenge, sir.
Yeah, so I'll add on to that and I'll call one out, which is it's not in your region, but in a positive way. We've had conversations with Gabe over at Bristol with his 94 SPF that says, I've done a lot of this work over the last couple of years. And so our answer was, you're not supposed to slow down to where we're at, you're actually to help us improve where we're at.
Yeah.
Tell us what you learned over the last couple of years. And so I think what at first was potentially just leave Bristol alone, what we're seeking to do is fold back in the places where we see adoption to best first instruction, but particularly differentiation. So, we've been very specific about our language, especially today in the multiple places that Tamara and I and the team have been. BFI is not a thing, it's not a program, it's a philosophy. And so we are handing out tools and we do have ways that we hope that people will use the tools. But I promise you, what's happening at Bristol is happening because they have adopted best first instruction well before even it got printed in AMP at District 11. It's just a philosophy that says, how is it that we plan, that we engage, and we use rigor to drive outcomes for kids? And so we're all learning together on the fly for that. But the largest body of work is, how do we get tools in place for people to be able to grab onto them to then differentiate and personalize for their own need? Nobody's going around and saying, it's Monday morning, everybody, show me your lesson plan. You have the wrong font, you have the wrong template. That's not what this is. It is, do you have a plan? Are you ready for the week? Do you have any questions with your plan? We're looking at your data in the PLC. 3 out of the 4 teachers in that grade are seeing this happen and 1 is not seeing it happen. Are we engaged with our students? Are you getting the rigor there? All of this is meant to be additive to the already strong educators that we have, to double down on, if we raise the expectations in the classroom, we'll be able to identify where the areas of need are. We have a couple of slides on that in the AMP section on what a quality neighborhood school looks like, so.
Yeah, and you know, to connect to that and what Brandon was talking about related to the theory and the philosophy, our job with these tools and these pieces is to really concretize what that should look like, right? So really make it concrete so it doesn't live in the theory place. And that's why the tools, right now we're focusing heavily on planning for learning. And the tools take you through a process to be able to do that. So make the philosophy concrete. Right? And
I
you
think
can
a similar type of question came at the town hall to you. At Doherty, I think.
Yeah, on an original module that we had posted on Schoology. And so we are working very hard, and so you've heard some of the names, Paul and Phil, and you've seen some of the other folks on our staff. We're pushing central office staff into a place that has them mostly school-based, because we have to go from theory to action. AMP existed probably before this board came into play, but certainly before I was hired. We're not the team that said, well, we gotta try AMP. Tamara did it in Denver and I did it in Detroit, Oakland, and DC. We're saying, how do we operationalize it? How do we bring this to life? And we know that there's rub, which is some people feel that somebody's saying to them, this is the Kagan 6 phases of training, where's yours? That's not what we're saying. We're saying we need strong planning. If you don't have strong planning, we're very good at Kagan 6 phases of planning, and we think that that's a great place for you to start.
Yeah.
And so it's the difference between technique and procedure. Procedure is you shall be planned for your day. And technique is use Kagan's 6 phases of planning. We have expertise in that. I am certain we have strong educators who could come in here and say, it's not Kagan, it's Smith. I was trained in Smith, I went to this school, we're the Smith school, I've been using this for 20 years, my numbers are great. That's awesome. I want to learn from that. And we're moving to a place where we want to start dropping the brands. The brands are D11. This is D11's way that we want planning to be the accelerant to what happens in the classroom. It's not that we're all I don't even know if Kagan's a person. Is Kagan a person or an acronym? It's a person?
Spencer Kagan.
Spencer Kagan. Am I going to get sued for asking that question?
I don't think so.
I have Dr. Comfort on my side. See my lawyer, Dr. Comfort.
But the point is that message that you are talking about, that's got to be clearly communicated to our principals and then back to our teachers.
And it is, it's just change, this goes back to change management. It's hard. And certainly, I get the feedback. I will say 99 great things in a speech or a comment somewhere, and somebody will say, you said the Citadel Mall isn't what it used to be. Okay, you're right, but we have to get to a place where what we said was, we need a partnership with the city to improve the local economy in the area that used to be the center of commerce. That's what we're saying. So yes, when we talk about best first instruction, there will be individuals and there may still be schools that might take that as compliance. We are saying it out loud over and over again. There are no checklists, there is no compliance, there is no scorecard. We'll talk about it when we get to AMP on how it is that we're walking buildings and what we're looking for. But I stated this when I started. This is not a year that you're evaluating yourself to higher performance. This is the year that you're over-resourcing and training yourself to higher performance. You have to put your hand out first and say, here are the tools and the resources. Eventually, there has to then be, what's the ROI on that? We've got millions of dollars tied up into the strategy. Has it been adopted? Is it being utilized? Is it getting stronger outcomes for kids? That's why we have a continuous improvement cycle. It's not to prove that what we're doing is right, it's to learn and understand what the feedback is from the system, to make sure that it works for our teachers and that our kids are the ones who are benefiting.
And to Director Jorgensen, to your point, everything that we've said, when we have homework at the ends of those meetings, like the November meeting, we have schools putting those pieces into place with PLCs, with implementing the curricular pieces that we've asked. That's sort of, but the level and the degree to which they're doing that, based on the where their school is at, and based on if it's we had a lot of foundational pieces put in place, differs. I think we'll go right into major improvement
Just
strategy.
one quick question, a quick comment to back up what Dr. Comfort was saying
Yes.
about Eureka. And
Yes.
I was at Chipeta this morning and had a long conversation with Principal Scott out there. And I think Dr. Comfort was in the building somewhere at the same time as I was. But she gave a huge thumbs up to Eureka Math and how that has energized her teachers and how impactful it has been for her students, how they are working manipulatives and double-digit multiplication and subtraction at second and third grade level. So anyway, just to second what Dr. Comfort was saying.
It's excellent to hear. I'm so glad you saw that in
Yeah,
action.
it was. I mean, we make all these decisions sometimes at the school board level, and when you go back there, we want that feedback from our building staff, and to hear that this curriculum is making a difference.
Yeah, and when you have all levels of the system supporting, that's huge.
And I won't talk about wonders and what she told me about wonders, but that's for a different time.
There's always
different
things to work on,
conversation.
always.
And so the thing to always remind everyone, and although Eureka Math is a high-quality curriculum, which is why the board adopted it, it's how you choose to implement. I promise you, who makes Eureka Math? Is it Eureka or is it Scholastic? Who's the HMH? Who's the company behind it?
I think it's McGraw-Hill.
Okay, let's just say it is. If we then, for whatever reason, had to buy Scholastics tomorrow, and we implemented it with the level of PD that we're doing right now, direct to teacher PD, I was in the session today, we had middle school math teachers from priority schools getting direct one-on-one PD about how to operationalize and realize all the things that Eureka has baked into it. And again, big plug for Eureka, but if you just buy a whole bunch of boxes of Eureka Math and throw them on the doorstep, now you're just putting all that work on the principal and the teacher himself or herself. So this has been a really strong combined effort of, again, going back to the network structure of the area superintendent and taking that first free move of central office, spending more and more times in schools. To hear that feedback about Paul and Phil of their transporter, because I've seen Darren driving, he drives pretty fast. So for them to be going from building to building faster, doesn't mean they weren't doing that before, but we're talking about it now, we're measuring it. It was in the mid-year data, it's actually in one of the decks here today as well. The number of visits we have is directly correlated to the outcomes that we're seeing in schools. And again, not because you have to have Paul and Phil show up, but everybody needs help. Everybody wants a partner, especially when you got something new.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about that, but it's not just about the support we're providing to schools, it's about the support that we're providing to our central office staff to grow their practice and performance, and them also calibrating. So we focused this last month. We've had additional support to really get the depth that we need to get in planning for learning, and focused on 8 schools so that they've been doing that work together. So when we say we're supporting schools in mathematics and we have a process for planning, that it gets to the level of depth that we expect it to be for people that are supporting our schools as well.
All right, I'm gonna stand up because I want to interact with some of these graphs and some of them might be a little bit hard to see. So MIS2, starting with community and family engagement. So attendance being really the first starting point here, because I would propose that attendance is really a market signal for us, right? To choose to not go to school with an excused absence, which we have a lot of, is a market signal from a family engagement standpoint. And so I want to really highlight that within MIS2 because we can work on it on both ends. We can work on it with community and family communication, as well as what's happening in the building, BFI, engagement, safety, things of that nature. So our initial goal was 90% that it will reach 90%, and that will drop to a 15% chronic absence. Actually, we went ahead and changed that based on some internal evaluation that I did out of my office, showing that 90% actually we don't get any, the magic actually happens and the flip starts to happen at 92%. And so what we see is that when schools had a 92% average attendance, they were 2 times more likely to be meeting grade level expectations in both math and ELA, where we didn't see that trend at 90 and 91. So we're going to shoot for the 92% average attendance rate because that's where we see the change in performance. So you can see that we're under that across the board, and especially at high school, an 84.81% average attendance rate. So we're not meeting that 92, and working on how to really do that. And I would, again, putting it at MIS2, what are we missing in engaging families with quick cycle communication? Where we might have an attendance issue going over 1 week or 2 weeks before a communication is actually issued out. What if we could shorten that cycle to 1 day, 1 period? Immediately when you're not there, you're getting a message, right? Something of that nature, because we are leaving so many chips on the table here with this, with simply, I would propose this is, I'm gonna mix my metaphors, I apologize, the lowest hanging fruit that we can really start to get at driving performance by getting students to school and getting parents to understand that that's impactful when you excuse your student for an absence. When we talk about chronic attendance being the 15%, you can see that we are well below that 15% goal, and especially right here, like in traditional high schools. So we are calling anything below 90% approaching chronic, right? So below 85%, we have 1/3 of our students at high school that are at that level. That is problematic. A quarter at middle school. So we want to get that to below 15%. In some of these cases, looking at some data from middle school, a question might come because we don't want to leave any data point isolated, right? Could this be a transportation issue? Could this be something related to just access? We have a few of our schools actually, but one particular middle school, we can pull out kind of a heat map of where the most chronic absences are happening by address, down to the student. Just went through a time with principals to look at this data. And actually, at this particular school, the most chronic absences are across the street from the school. Tied to apartment complexes and things like that, but across the street. So I just want us to think really quick. Like, what kind of market signal is that? It's one thing to miss school when you don't see school happening, right, in front of you. Like, literally, you're choosing not to go to school with school happening
across
25 yards from you.
Transportation is not the issue.
Yeah, in many cases, transportation is not. I won't say that's across the board. That is a market signal that we need to really start to change. What is the importance? What did your kid miss by not being at school today? How many other kids got something that your kid didn't get because they missed school today? Like, it's that fear of missing out kind of marketing mentality that I think we need to really start to embrace. So we are well below on chronic absence, and trying to get that down is a very, very important piece. So now I want to spend the rest of my time looking at our parent responses, and I think there's a lot to glean from this. We were shooting for having a 50% parent response rate on the 5Es. You guys need to reinstitute the ice cream social, because that killed. That worked because we had a better return last year than this year. We also moved the window, so we moved it to October to align it to parent-teacher conferences. That was a DAC recommendation. I think that's wise. I think we need to still work on some pieces to get more, because we came in under that. So remember, 20% participation gives us data. So we had 42 of 49, so about 71%, a little more than 71% have data, but we're looking at 50% participation. Because that's also a signal, right? If I can get my parents to engage in something when I ask them to, that's a meaningful that's a piece of a meaningful relationship. So we only had a handful that met or exceeded that 50% participation. Dr. Comfort points out that they're all West Sides. correlation, causation, I won't go there, but those are the schools.
It doesn't hurt to have a healthy competition out there.
Well, the other thing that you see there is most of those schools also were very high performing on their SPF. And so we know the direct relationship between parent and community involvement and the success of our students in our schools. They don't mean, they're not always directly correlated, but it is very hard to get one without the other.
It is definitely a relationship worth exploring.
It's good to see 2 middle schools out there now in Holmes and West Middle. I think all the schools last year were elementary schools, if I remember.
I believe so. And Holmes, remember, was popping out on all sorts of different measures.
Yes,
when we looked at
and
the
something good is happening here. And to give credit to them, we are going to have them next week at the school spotlight. So.
And just to also acknowledge one of the strong pushes from the board, even though the 5 Essentials is offered in Spanish, we didn't have the translator positions filled. So maybe it's difficult, like I guess you can read it in Spanish, but if you really want to make a connection with a parent and you don't speak the language with the parent, it's probably pretty hard to say, can you fill this out? Because it's important to the school for us to understand how you feel about your child's experience. And so that's another way that we're hoping in this next year that having those translator positions filled, and they've been now at every event that I've been to. I've not seen them being asked to translate actively, but that might also be on us that maybe we're not making it clear in our messaging that says, please, even if you're not an English speaker, come to this event because we can translate for you.
I think I'm going to fall back on the ice cream social.
Ice cream social.
Yeah.
Everybody loves ice cream.
Grapes.
And zucchini, spaghetti here.
Both of those love it. So MIS2, so we want to have a 30% increase in parents reporting that teachers interact with them in line with supporting their children's learning at least once per week. So we can see, so this is data straight out of the parents' survey, and it is small, so I apologize, but we did meet that goal with 33%.
And we know the number, the color coding here, they're all blue, but they're just in order. So the furthest left is the first year, 20, and then the next year is 21, then 22 and 23. So
thank you.
They're all blue. But they report in sequential order, and the ones without the number are because there were no number in 2020.
Yeah, the first year we didn't do a parent survey.
I think we have a spectrum of colors, Dr. Kolaki. You can differentiate.
I need to do this feedback. This was straight out of the vendor dashboard, so I'll get that feedback to our vendor. So we did meet the 33% increase. That represents an increase of 4 percentage points. So to take away, teachers, it does appear that teachers are interacting with parents on a greater, deeper level, with more frequency to really talk and support their child's learning goals. That's a positive. So we have on the next one then, on average, at least half of our families feel their voice is valued, and at least half of our families feel they're an important part of improving the school. So I'm valued and I'm involved. So on this one, a little highlight, that's nice. So we did meet the goal of improving the rate where their voice is valued at 51%, so slightly more than half are reporting this to be true. This is an 18% change, representing 8 percentage point increase. That's good. We are approaching where parents feel they're an important part of improving the school. That's the next level of engagement. We're approaching that at 48%. That is up 9 percentage points from last year. But this is a big, big piece, and I think we should start to see, as we push on this more, we should start to see improved attendance, which then we know if we can reach that 92 threshold, we should start to see a pop in our academic performance. So each one cascades into the other. So on average, District 11 schools, at least, sorry for the typo there, at least half of our families feel their voice is valued at their school. So that's the takeaway from more parents are feeling valued, listened to, and a part of the overall planning. When we also wanted to really more deeply engage our DACs and SACs, put a little bit of the impetus on them to really make sure that each of those positions are filled, do recruiting, speak out for the role of the SAC in a school, the vital piece of that, especially in light of our continuous improvement planning and one planning process now. So nearly all of our schools have an active accountability committee. We have a couple open seats for SAC chairs, Grant and Trailblazer, but they are continuing that work. They just don't have a chair. All SACs are going to be invited to the summer symposium and engage in that continuous planning work. All of our academic advisory groups, so these are specific to special ed, gifted, talented, and ELL or linguistically diverse. They are actively working and have their committees filled and looking for more people as always. So the goal of these groups is to really foster communication across these communities because they have these deeper needs and the engagement, the need for that engagement is even greater within those communities. So to have this conversation between the educator, the support personnel, and the family is absolutely critical. And they meet collaboratively to discuss individual needs. And so that is happening. We can grow in that, but it is those are full and functional.
How often do they meet?
I believe I know that, let's see, GT is meeting twice a semester. And I believe special ed is on that same track. And I'm not sure about ELL. So then when we look at these, our actual action steps, I won't go through and read every piece, but I do want to highlight a couple of them. One is really getting our families involved in the assessment framework. So the district will support schools in sharing a cadence and STAR assessment data with families. I do apologize that the notes do not correspond to that action step, so I'll just speak to the notes. We just had a training today with our principals to re-engage with how to access those family reports and some ideas and brainstorming on how to send those out and how to get those engaged. We have had a lot of good work happening at the front end with trying to engage families in the importance of the assessment to begin with and why it's important, how it gets used, why you want your kid there, why it's not a waste of time, all these things. Now we want to close that loop by saying, hey, here's the results, here's what they mean, here's what we're doing with your child, here's why, again, going back to attendance, here's why it's important to be at school so you don't miss out on these opportunities. So we're really drilling down on that, giving a lot of resources to support that. And then Superintendent Gall commonly points out one of the metrics for prison growth and prison building is early literacy metrics. Like at that third grade level, reading at grade level, absolutely critical. And so really drilling down on strategies to support that and to partner with families to support that through partnerships with Pikes Peak Library, our Big Kids Book Club, recruiting our preschoolers into this culture of reading and culture of literacy. It's huge. And then I think we have room to grow, as always, in really engaging culturally relevant conversations. I believe we've taken light steps forward in the hiring of our translators because we want these to be engaging with the community, not just a transactional process, right? Where the community is engaged in culturally relevant ways in their home language, really bringing them into the culture, the climate, and the effectiveness of having an impact on their school, regardless of language barriers. When we look at the same basic breakdown, so I won't spend too much time, but in math. And so really looking at getting that assessment data out to families and really supporting use of Dreambox interventions. And I would say at math, the really critical piece is that transition from elementary to middle school. Those foundational arithmetic skills are vital, but man, that switch from arithmetic thinking to algebraic thinking is huge and a huge predictor, a very significant predictor for high school and graduation success. So we want to really hone in on that as well. So expanding the culture of problem solving into homes, but then also after school enrichment and tutoring, and also culturally relevant ways. Continuing to support DACs, get those seats filled, and really engage with those committees and support SACs in really giving them a meaningful voice into their school culture, climate, and planning. And then engage with PTO. Finally, with one plan check-ins, exploring strategies together to really, and I want to hone in on sharing and celebrating those strategies that are really moving the needle. How did Saban really engage their parents in the meaningful conversation about why we do STAR mid-year assessments? How did they do that? What did that conversation look like? Really sharing those strategies across buildings. And then, let's see, the forums, I think, so kind of pivoting from the forum model into the town hall model, I think you've all seen how impactful that has been. The conversations that have come out of those have been powerful. I mean, I was at the Doherty, and a couple conversations that were there really helped us understand the perspective of our end user, ultimately our customer, right? The parents who are experiencing in particular ways those schools that they're at, vital and important. And then also just continuing to get families into Power School and engaged there as a resource. I think these two are really in process as we really start to get to utilizing design lab, design thinking protocols. We've done them on a smaller scale, and so we're starting to ramp those up and going through that own process with ourselves, prototyping that model before we ramp it up into a product.
Yeah, and just to highlight some of the design thinking work, we took on Executive Cabinet as a redesign within the Design Thinking Lab. We brought a partner in as part of the grant money that we had to be able to do that. And this week we did our first Executive Cabinet outside of this boardroom. We FOTC hosted, and we went over there and we understood a little bit more what some of the challenges are for our partners in this work. And it was really a good place for us to see that was one of the things that came out of our design thinking is this room is a place where we spend a lot of time, and it's not really where the work of the district is happening. So how do we bring Executive Cabinet out into the field? And I can tell you, we all met dozens of bus drivers and facilities workers coming in and out of there, and they were all looking at us like, what are you all doing here? And we said, well, we're here having Executive Cabinet. Here's donuts and coffee. And so, and by the way, David is a very talented musician as well. He opened our Executive Cabinet with the song on his guitar, which is great. The other thing that I want to highlight out of this major improvement strategy number 2 is I asked David to take a look at developing or tweaking 5 essentials for internal use. How do we get this same level of trust and cooperation with intra-department and intra-central office? So we're all in on 5 essentials. We see the direct correlation to the number of people who put it in from a parent's perspective and what it is the feedback they're giving. I said to David, let's do that internally as well, so we all make sure in this same model that everything we ask to have happen in a classroom or a building is what we seek to have happen in the system. There is no us or them. And so if a building principal has to stand up here and say, oh yeah, we've all done it, right? Well, your 5 essentials is all red, what are you doing about that? We want to do the same thing as Executive Cabinet to be able to say, oh geez, maybe I need a couple of areas to work on there for ourselves. So we look forward to that coming, hopefully by the end of the year, so we can have that ready for next year.
Great.
So before we go into MIS 3, anything on MIS 2 from board? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, great. We'll go into Major Improvement Strategy 3, Observation, Coaching, and Feedback. And we've got our leader in Ed Effectiveness here, Tanya Nash, to go through that section with us.
And Tanya, I think I'm going to steal maybe the first slide on the PD.
Well, I was going to say there are some slides that
that you're hoping maybe I'll
somebody
help
else
you out
did.
with.
Slide, yes.
Coaching. It's and you can change the word coaching. You call it whatever you want. It's not about evaluating. It's like I said earlier, how do we get the resources and the opportunities into the hands of the people that we seek to affect and effect? And so all the studies have shown, transferring to practice, it's 99% coaching. We have very strong coaching in the district. What we don't have yet is coherence around the coaching that we have in the district. I could line up 4 to 5 different levels of coach, each one of them who I would say, you're doing great, I love what you do. What I've asked the team to do now is redefine that. I don't want to know about the coach. I want to know about how the coach is interacting with the teacher. Because right now, teachers are getting pinged and pronged by 10,000 different arrows. And even though everyone has the right intention, with one planning period a day and particularly if you have kids coming in and out, and we just talked about chronic absenteeism, the last thing a teacher needs is somebody showing up with the right intentions and actually distracting them from their work. So we're trying to get our arms around coherence and alignment in coaching. And so I would say the major question that we're asking ourselves right now is, are coaches specialized or are they differentiated? Can one coach handle 3 to 5 different levels of need, or do we need specific coaches for each one of those needs? The board and the district have had a very strong commitment to coaching for many years. The TLCs funded by MLO, is that right? Anybody left here to tell me how we funded those? Great. Wonderful intention. Most of our TLCs are acting as administrators in buildings. We have to crack that code. That comes up in the second brief today on Quality Neighborhood School. We don't have the answer yet, but we want to share that with you so you understand the thinking. We have the right people. We're just figuring out how to align them such that the teacher feels the same way the schools felt at the beginning of the year. Hi, I'm Brian Relic. I'm from Central Office and I'm here to help. They were glad that Brian was there. It used to be an oxymoron when you said, I'm from Central Office and I'm here to help. Now we have to get the teachers to feel the same way about the coaches. And I believe that most teachers feel that about individual coaches. But the rhyme and the reason between what we do in an Empower program and what we do for induction training and what we do for area instructional coaches and then what we do in a building with a TLC, that needs a little bit of feedback from the system of how that feels more supportive from a teacher perspective.
Not enough Phils and Pauls.
That's right. Nobody wants to be helped to death.
Right. Yep.
I think that is
Next
that slide in a nutshell.
Yep, and yep.
That's me in a nutshell.
There's that.
And this is really just the area model. There is balance between how you train and how you evaluate. The evaluation system for the state, it's a lot like when people say, well, you're just teaching to the test. We don't teach to the test, nor do we train to RANDA. RANDA is the thing that the state says we have to do to evaluate our educators. CMAS is the thing that the state says that we have to pass the kids to see if we're passing and meeting those expectations. We are a district that wants to lean in into over-supporting everyone, and then we're sure that the evaluations will pay themselves out. Now I think there you go. I don't want to, I talked about this one last week. Who wants to, anybody want to talk about Adams? Is that Sherry and she's not here? No, that's you, Brian.
Yes,
You want to talk about the Adams slide? This was the
I'd
one
love to.
that we briefed about the GSD award last week.
So thanks to their teaching team's desire to improve math performance, along with what Mr. Joyner shared, they invited out Philip, and he's been out there regularly to provide them the module training first within Eureka, and now they've gone down into the lesson planning part of that. And as you can see, specifically, they've had some great success because they're taking that direct work into their PLC weekly conversations that are led by Dr. Ewald and through Brenda Duran's office. So along with Jill Courtier, the area instructional coach there, you can see that those teachers are honing their craft, they're smiling, and they're enjoying those around them as a resource, to Mr. Gall's point. And students are winning, sir.
Students win.
Yep.
That is our coined logo by Mr. Relic. Thank you.
Now we're ready.
Now we're ready.
On that slide,
I'm sorry.
Go back, Lauren. One more slide. Yeah.
can I ask a question on that slide?
Yes.
The language that you have there on purposeful planning, where it says conceptual understanding instead of jumping to the algorithm, can you put that in layman's terms?
Go ahead, Tamara.
Sure. It's really what you traditionally with how we've taught algorithms, and algorithm is just in mathematics. It doesn't actually even have to go towards mathematics, but it's just it's a procedure for following through with something or getting to a solution, right? So you have an algorithm to add, right, or to subtract. And it's a process, or to do long division, right? Those might be those are examples of algorithms. But traditionally, what we've done is memorized that set of procedures, and that's a lot of our generations have done that. But we actually don't really know the why behind what we're doing. So when we say about focusing on conceptual understanding, it's focusing on the concept. The why behind what you're doing. So you really understand the mathematics. When we did the live the learning sessions, the cascading professional learning in mathematics with planning in the modules, we took one of the hardest areas in fractions. I'm looking at our teachers here that always know when you get to fractions, there's big, students have a lot of problems. A lot of that is based on the way that they were taught over time, right? With really understanding what does it mean? What does a fractional piece really mean? And what does it really mean to add fractions and fractions of different, what does that really look like? And you start with concrete visuals, that sort of thing. But essentially, it's that students really understand the concepts behind the mathematics they're doing. Does that help, Director?
Yes, I assumed that's what was meant, but thank you for just
Don't just carry the
clarifying
one.
more. Appreciate
Don't
it.
carry the one and borrow the, yeah, exactly.
You cross it out.
Well, I was thinking about geometry class in 9th grade and them giving me sine, cosine, tangent, and feeling so confused of why am I doing this? What are these for? You're just telling me to use it. So giving more of that background information. I love that.
100% memorizing formulas and not really understanding what it all
The why,
means. Yeah.
like you said. Thank you.
Do we have a picture from that class as well, Director Nelson? Can President
I'm sure
Malpaka
I
produce
can
that?
dig one up.
You're not gonna let her forget that, are you?
Are we ready?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so I just want to say it's great things to hear when we talk about coaching, because coaching does come in a lot of different avenues and purposes. Coaching for one-on-one, coaching in PLCs, coaching in groups, coaching in teams. So your MIS 3 was specifically around how evaluators coach as a part of the evaluation process. Now we have to remember at evaluation, you get to an outcome, like a score for a teacher, but it really is focused on how do you support that teacher's growth through a process of coaching and impact cycles around their individual teaching art inside of their classroom to increase their capacity so that we increase student academic outcomes. So if we look at the data, and it's really small up there, and I took my contacts out and I can't read, one of the things that I was looking,
I gave you my hard copy, but then I can't see it either.
I know. One of the things that I was looking at this year and that we had discussed was what is our evidence that in that process, teachers are very involved in and experiencing from their building leaders a process of coaching through the evaluation, meaning not that I just go in and give you all the things I saw, but that we really talk about, like we're reflective about why did we choose the things that you did, talk me through why you decided to teach with a specific strategy, and then talking about did it work, could it have worked better, giving ideas in order to improve that practice, and then continuing through a cycle. So we were looking at, yes, we have a state system, and yes, we have a housing location for evaluations called RANDA, but it really is the human interaction of that process, and do we have evidence that that is occurring for our teachers in our system? So our initial data was to say, are we actually collecting our data in the housing unit of RANDA? So this fall, I did work with evaluators around making sure that what you're doing is actually evident inside of the system. So this fall, we did see 1,913 observations logged by evaluators inside of our classrooms. That is an increase of 263 from last year. So that is formal and informal observation cycles. The only difference between formal and informal is the length of time an evaluator is inside the classroom. 30 minutes or more is a formal evaluation. 29 minutes or less is an informal evaluation. That is the only distinction in our system. This fall, the data that we were looking at specifically around evaluators practicing and really collecting non-judgmental evidence and placing it into the system along with evidence of a coaching conference with that teacher was, how are we doing that with probationary teachers? That's because probationary teachers are required an observation in Q1 as a minimum, and they're required one minimum observation in Q2. So that's a data point that we knew was supposed to be happening, and is it happening, and what does that look like? So we completed 73%. We have 539 probationary teachers. 73% of our Q1 observations were completed. And when I looked at those, about 63% of them had evidence attached to them, both evidence of collecting data inside the classroom and engaging in that coaching conference process. In Q2, we moved up to 76% of our probationary teachers had a formal observation logged, and we increased the number that actually had the required evidence and coaching form attached up to 72%. What I would tell you is that the data probably is better than it looks on paper or in these statistics, because it came back to when I was analyzing the data, I noticed where there were schools where they were doing lots of observations, but they were coding them as informal. So I didn't calculate that inside of the data because I had to take it as maybe it's informal because they marked that, but what I learned is that they were probably formals. There just was not the diligence to clicking the correct box inside the system. Looking at the system overall, significant increase of evidence than I have seen in the last 4 years inside of our system. It was very typical that I would see observations logged and only signatures from both an evaluator and a teacher, but nothing in the system that actually showed that we were doing something beyond that. That has significantly changed, and that's great. What I hear from our PAC members, from teachers, is that they are enjoying the process and that it is actually beginning to happen for them. And we have bright spots. We have several schools that logged anywhere between 100 to 150 observations, and not just probationary. Our non-probationary teachers are also getting more engagement with the process from their evaluators. It's just that the official mark for our data is February 15th, and then I'll be able to look at where we are in that process as well.
And I think it's really important to note that some of our veteran teachers who are very good at what they do sometimes get ignored. And to have the observations, whether they're formal or informal, lets them know they're just as valued as the newbie that is just starting out and needs a lot of help. So I'm glad to hear. And there's some place in here that I saw and I wanted to ask, how do teachers feel about documentation that goes into the Randa house? I like the way you put that because then it kind of clears it up. But how are teachers feeling about documentation going into their file that is not their formal evaluation? And do they feel comfortable in knowing that they are creating a file that's not evaluatory other than the formals?
So we have to remember that as an evaluator, anything that I collect can be utilized in my final decision on a teacher's effectiveness, even if it is not a formal observation. Even informal observations can be included in, and should be included in that data set. Placing it inside the system makes sure that there's transparency for that teacher as well as that administrator of all the things that they are seeing on which they're going to make a final decision, but it also gives them a holistic picture of what has occurred with their evaluator throughout a year. That has very positive feedback because prior to this, what I would hear from teachers is there's nothing in my housing system. I don't know why. My conversations now are around what's there and what it means for the process going forward. So a lot more of my conversations have been around the process, what should be happening. Not only are they telling you what they're seeing, but they're also working on the support systems that they're gonna bring to you in order to work on those areas that were identified for growth. And that's really key and important in the process.
Thank you.
So whether it's an informal or a formal observation, it's the same form, same template that coach is filling out, whether it's a principal, an AP, a veteran teacher, whatever, and they just need to check the box, formal or informal.
So inside the housing system, they're just categorizing date, time, formal, informal, announced, unannounced, scheduled or unscheduled, and then they can load files into that observation.
Okay.
And then they can mark things on the rubric with that at that time.
So a principal might just have their iPad and notes that they observed, the learning objective, the engagement strategy, some questions for coaching, and attach that to that thing.
Yes.
Others might have a 5-point rubric on engagement, assessment, yada, 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 that they use. So we're not quite uniform in that yet.
What we worked with from last spring was a request to have a move towards a system. So we worked with what I call the collaborative work group, which was administrators and teachers. And we came through that work group to how an evaluator collects evidence is very unique to them. And it's very unique to the reason why they may be in that classroom at that time. So one time I may go in to get a holistic picture of what's happening inside that classroom. Another time I may be going in just to look at the questioning stems that are being used in order to say, is it pushing critical thinking inside that classroom? So the decision of the group was that how evidence was collected was a choice.
That makes sense.
But we gave all of our principals in training, which is up here on the dates that I gave, we gave them access to about 15 different ways to collect evidence, including one specific for our best first instruction. The agreement on the back end was that the coaching conference form would be the same. We wouldn't have, you have your own idea of what a coaching conference form was, and I would have my own idea. The components had to be the same at all locations, so that then the process of an impact cycle was not left to interpretation at each site. That every teacher would have, their strengths, areas to grow, time frame to do that, supports that were going to be provided to them. But one of the critical things, which is coaching, in my definition, coaching versus feedback, is coaching means that we've engaged with that teacher to help them to be reflective about why they're making choices of how they're designing and delivering instruction inside their classroom. So that there's an intentionality for why I may have chosen to use a specific Kagan strategy, or why I chose to do a specific type of student grouping, or a direct delivery of base knowledge versus a project. What was the intentionality for why we're getting somebody to that? It's about coaching, right? It's about making people think to help them grow and be more reflective in how they're intentionally choosing to design and deliver inside their classrooms.
What's the difference between an announced and a scheduled observation?
Unannounced.
Oh, I thought, did you say unannounced?
There's
I thought,
unannounced or announced, which means that I'm coming in and this is an observation, or I'm in there and I may not have formally said to you, this is an observation, it's still an observation. Scheduled or unscheduled would be if I just showed up versus maybe you asked me to come in on a specific date and time with a specific reason for being there that a teacher may want feedback on.
okay, so tell me what announced is again?
That you're telling them that you're collecting evidence for observation.
Okay.
Really, the simplest is to look at that 30-minute mark. Was I there more or less than 30 minutes? That makes it formal or informal, which then ties to language and law.
So a lot of this really extends into coaching, which is why we brought the front end of it. It's really hard to discern the difference when your evaluator says, I'm here informally or unannounced, and I'm here to help, and then get perhaps negative scoring or rating on your RANDA, on the next formal aspect. So it's kind of this balance between coaching and evaluation is much like the contractor and the inspector. In a perfect world, the person who installs your electrical outlets should do it according to code and be able to say to you, you're good to go. But we've learned enough that sometimes it's hard. You can't have the same person do the work and then also be accountable for the work. And so we have very strong programs and practices in place on the evaluation side. And Tanya has come forward with that information before, and we identified that there were some misconnects with high levels of ratings and not seeing strong performance come from students. And so this idea of informal or unannounced and or even as informal as it gets, which is coaching, can really get a teacher to say, these are the places that I feel that I need to work, and not feel that there's the kind of that double jeopardy that comes from being evaluated, being coached by your evaluator. So it's the thing that we want to get to over the end of this next semester, because this is a woman of one, and there were two, which that even then, that's just not enough. Right? There's no way that what was happening just this last year with two individuals was going to get us.
And it is very different. When we coach evaluators around coaching practices, we are walking a very, I don't want to say tightrope, but we're talking to them about how you engage in that, because we know in the end, you're gonna have to score a teacher, right? So how an evaluator engages in that coaching cycle feels different potentially to a teacher than if it's somebody very safe that I know is not and cannot give input into my evaluation. So there is a difference in coaching from others versus coaching from evaluators.
The flip side of that, though, would be they're my evaluator, but they've also built the relationship with me through the year and seeing where I started, what I had to work on, and then as the evaluator, mine going, man, Jason started here, we gave him some things to work on, he improved in those, and now I'm evaluating him in his formal observation, and I can see where he's made progress, and I think that would also be a help then for that teacher to have
Those are
that
huge
piece.
yes ands.
So there's both, so I like that we got both, so that's great.
Yeah, in my mind, that's ideal.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be, in a perfect world, like, right, everybody would look at evaluation and coaching cycles being able to feed into themselves and not have to have such a separate, right? But it
Need that relationship
coming
trust.
from other places and things, it's
Does go
very
back to
typical,
trust.
yeah, that
Much of it
doesn't
goes back to
work
trust.
out so nicely often.
It's absolute trust, but one of the other things in a teacher shortage is evaluators have to think about, is somebody growing? Maybe they aren't yet where we need them to be,
Sure.
but is my investment, myself and others, growing their practice that they will get there?
They're coachable.
Yeah, they're coachable versus those who are not coachable, don't want to engage.
We can go.
Why don't you drive?
Okay.
I'm not good at driving and
You're
looking.
doing a great job.
Okay, so just on our action steps, We would provide resources for observation, coaching, and feedback to our evaluators. We have done that. There is some takeaways, and I do, when I give the data to the area superintendents, give them a set of things that they can coach around from what I'm seeing in the system. Really important is increasing our non-judgmental evidence that we're collecting, ensuring that we are using and tagging the system correctly and uploading into that, and then making sure that we're coding correctly when we're inside the system. But again, drastic change from what I've seen in the system in previous years. Not to say that it wasn't happening before, but we didn't have a way to validate through our system to say we have the evidence that it's happening. We now have that.
Is there anything else you want to highlight from this, since everybody got a chance to look at it ahead of time?
I don't think so.
Okay. I think we come to the end of it.
Great.
Appendix.
Yeah,
Oh, do
just
we
the
have
one
something?
plan.
Oh, we have something more.
Yeah, super quickly, the one plan trends that we've seen overall from the majority of our schools. They're documenting evidence of actions being put in place, but we've got to get to deeper quality of implementation. Specifically for our priority schools, it's a cool call out, like a huge kudo to Carol Gates, the CNI team, and the work that we've done on the module and lesson planning that I described earlier. We're getting really good feedback, and this is from a couple of the planning meetings that we've had most recently. Opportunities, I'm going to highlight the bottom one. PLCs, this goes back to Director Jorgensen, what you're saying about the structures and pieces being put in place. We've got things listed on and PLCs taking place, but we can utilize them and continue to utilize them in the system much more efficiently and effectively connected to our strategy. And so every people are naming it as the primary vehicle, but there's a huge opportunity for us to connect it to planning for core instruction, so we can make sure we're hitting the rigor of grade level and beyond expectations. We already talked about these pieces, but I'll just highlight that I think I said in that bottom bullet, 10 sites. I think Jennifer from Curriculum Instruction, who's been supporting our tutoring work, we actually have, I believe, 10 sites that are moving in this month into tutoring as well.
I just want to highlight the tremendous work and partnership that we're seeing between my CAO's office and David's office and at Insights. Change is hard, and we will all readily admit that new ideas on existing structures were hard for us to get to, but we're through our second continuous improvement cycle. And particularly, even in it was a couple of months ago, we said, let's move PD underneath the CAO. And I challenged Tamara and I said, I love what we're doing with the principals, but I know that our teachers need more. A waterfall or a cascading PD model will not give us the acceleration and the sustainability that we need. And walking and seeing direct-to-teacher PD today happen at Tesla, and meeting Brenda, Open Empower, and seeing the number of substitutes that she's been able to allocate to, it's literally a one-for-one matchup between our Empower and our priority improvement and turnaround schools to ensure that our teachers are getting that training. Like that's the thing we want to bring to life for the board, because we don't ever, sometimes we'll bring in a principal, and sometimes a principal will do their school improvement and they'll bring 6 or 7 teachers. But we want to bring that teaching experience and how it is that the system is leaning in to help support it into the boardroom. That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
So thanks to everybody for that.
Absolutely. Active planning.
So thanks for that update. The amount of work that is going on, I truly appreciate the feedback that you are giving us too right now, aligning it with the school and the district improvement plan, taking the major improvement strategy out there, and then telling us where we are as far as whether we are on track. So it shows that the district improvement plan is a living, breathing document. It's not gathering dust on a shelf somewhere, that it's constantly being monitored. And
we're on version 89 right now, is it right? Just kidding.
Yeah, and I also appreciate that you have end of the year targets when you're comparing with prior performance, even though we want to, at some point in time, exceed even pre-pandemic performance. So
Yes.
with that, okay, moving on, I'll give it back to you. With the next one.
Yep, we're getting
We're gonna do an AMP
Oh, you had
update.
a question, Director?
Well, I was just gonna comment, we've been at it 4 hours, 20 minutes, and normally our, in our board manual, we say we're gonna do 2 to 3, and if it goes past 3, we should table everything, and I wanna ask how long the AMP information might run, and if people still have the energy.
15 minutes, 10. I can do it in 10.
Okay.
I will go around the board. Is this something that you guys want to get this done with, or do you want to table it at a different point in time?
If it's gonna take 15 or 20 minutes, I'd rather stay and do it.
Okay. Agreed. Okay.
Yeah, 10 or 15, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
about
on
15
timer.
minutes.
Clock.
I mean, part of it is, and I commented on this to Tamara before, I've read everything, and I know we spoke to this just yesterday at the retreat, that it might take time for people to prepare presentations, but to me, if we come prepared, you kept it moving at a great pace, and yet,
So I can just take questions on the next brief too, if you prefer it
Well,
that way.
or maybe the very high highlights, because I thought it was well done, and I'm pretty happy with what I read, so.
Let's do the brief highlights about what you have.
Can I drive, Tamara?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jason. Our agenda, where we've been, you all got us where we were. This is all pulled from stuff that existed. I'm not trying to be curt, I'm sorry if it came across as much.
I asked for it.
This is the work that the district already committed to. This is great, so this is grounded. We are here today to talk about how we want to define a quality neighborhood school and take that from theory to practice. Again, in the master plan, we built this through our community, this idea of a portfolio of schools, but underlying that every school in our portfolio is built on quality neighborhood school. And then if you remember the diffusion of the light and the focusing of the light and how we build a pathway school is the question of the underrooting piece of what is quality and then how do we have specificity. We already have that. We know that we've already committed to these. So we have a couple of updates in here, a really firm definition of quality neighborhood school, what best first instruction looks like out of that theory, and then one specific pathway piece that we want to really grab onto this year, which is connected to the work that you've seen us brief previously. Again, this is the build on how we get to where we're trying to get to, so this is not new, just really highlighting again the pathways are experiential, STEM, dual language, visual, and performing arts. And there are differences between pathways and programs, but we are seeking to build clear and obvious connections for our choice parents to understand where they can get them and where they can connect them. With the middle school principals today, they said, should we be building up or should we be building down? And I said, yes. So you should be building up and telling me who wants to be the next logical place for you to go from any one of our pathways. We need to solve that. And if there are strong things that are happening in high schools and you want to be connected to that, you should be building down from the high school as well. Where we're headed, this is exciting. Our quality neighborhood school, you can just read the bolded items, the red ones. Ambitious tier 1 instruction, highly effective instructors, boosting up and boosting forward, and pursuing their academic interests. So that's what we're going to talk about here. Just please focus on the bottom for a second. You know, again, it sounds so classical, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Reading, writing, communication, mathematics, science, social studies, PE, visual arts, music, and technology, and we're adding in world language. We have to go forward and say that our high schools should be requiring 2 years of world language for all of our students. I still don't understand what happened in the world, that we did that 35 years ago for a kid in a lower income community in New Jersey, that I couldn't graduate without 2 years of a foreign language. And now we can graduate with just what? Is it civics is the only thing the state requires?
Yeah.
One civics course.
One
So we can hold ourselves to this bar and in the next couple of years add in world language. These if-then statements are really what we're building toward. If we commit to providing ambitious first instruction, then, as you can see as you move our way across, learning and master grade level expectations and beyond, then all D1 graduates are with the competencies that they need to profoundly impact the world. We're really working on turning high school into competency-based demonstration of knowledge. We have to get away from this testing as the way that we demonstrate knowledge. I can't stop the state. I'm not gonna stop the state. It's great that our kids take the PSAT and SAT. That will help them in life. But we are going to portfolio by defense. We are going to raise CTE into a space where it is central to every high school student and not the thing that happens when you don't like regular instruction. We don't send kids down to the basement for shop. We give kids an opportunity to explore experiential learning to see where the value is of their own educational journey. Okay, I'm just gonna go over this quickly. Some people have seen me talk about this before. I like simple things. Best first instruction to me comes from the instructional core, which comes from Elmore's studies, which is the marriage, the relationship between student, teacher, and content. When those three things happen, doesn't matter if it was the right curriculum, it doesn't matter what the building looks like, doesn't matter how far the kid was behind, doesn't matter if they're an alternative licensed teacher. When those three things happen, you get growth, you get outcomes. So we noticed that our best first instruction is built upon the same relationship. It's between the plan, it's between engagement, and it's between rigor. Tamara and I had the good fortune on the first day of school to clear about 3 hours out and just go to a couple of schools unnoticed. They're not schools that are on a bad list. They're not places that we're worried about something or another. I said, let's go to a high school, a middle school, and elementary school. So the schools remained unnamed, but I'll give you those observations on how they fit into the way I look at a school. When I walk into a classroom, I say this all the time, I can't teach fourth grade ELA. Please don't ask me to be a substitute for fourth grade ELA, but I've taught hundreds of people how to fly airplanes. I know what it looks like when students are engaged in learning. I know what high rigor looks like. I've handed the keys and said you're cleared to go solo. That's the ultimate state evaluation, is that none of my students have ever crashed and burned. There's one for you. So if you want to go learn how to fly, Jason, I'll get this to mean something there for you.
All right, appreciate it.
So Tamara and I went into 3 different school sites. We went to an AP class. There's rigor in that classroom. It's AP. That curriculum's already written for us. It is high rigor. The second vertice on my triangle is dotted because the students were half engaged. They're AP students. They sign up for that. So they're there. Nobody's throwing spitwads at the teacher. Everything's going just fine. But there was no plan. We went over the midterm or the final from the last day of school before Christmas break, and this was the first day back. And we went over every question, and this very intelligent, rigorous teacher just read each one of the questions, and about every 2.5 minutes there was a blank. Jefferson or Hamilton? And one kid would be like, Jefferson. And then somebody else would say Hamilton. And so it was really just the way I talk in board meetings, just all adult voice and not enough interaction with kids. And there were huge learning opportunities for the kids. I had 3 kids, and of course I always find the 3 kids, their grades on that midterm or final were D, F, and F. And so they were engaged because they were passive as AP students, but there wasn't a rigorous plan that said, how am I reteaching the fact that, and I don't know what the overall grade in the classroom was, but everybody seemed to have about the same performance as the 3 kids I mentioned. How do we ensure that we take that first day of instruction, only 174 contact days in secondary, and make it more meaningful? How do we know that kids learn the difference between state and federal rights? And I asked the kids as they were leaving, give me any pertinent example in today's world on this, and they couldn't do it. And so some of them could relate it to what was happening during Reconstruction, and I heard some kids talking about Federalists and Anti-Federalists, but it was not a space where you thought you would have seen in an AP class, kids just devouring information and getting back and forth. And that's because there wasn't really the plan. The plan was, I'm gonna go over the midterm and I'm gonna tell you what you got wrong, but I'm not gonna teach you what you got wrong, okay? Great teacher, I got nothing against it, nobody's in any trouble. This is just what happens when you go into a building on the first day of school, which is this instructional day. Second one, best student engagement I've ever seen in my life. This 6th grade teacher, she was hip, kids loved her, she had this awesome SEL opening. Tamara and I were texting each other, we had like tears in our eyes. One kid was like, what'd you get for Christmas? Me and my sister got our own separate beds. And we're like, man, this teacher's got these kids. These kids were lined up in their chairs, they were ready to go. They were all, just so engaged with her. But the plan for the day, the objective was to go over classroom rules. So this was a class that I couldn't imagine we'd handed one detention out or one demerit or whatever we do in probably 3 months. But we took the first day of instruction and the plan was to go over, and there was 9 or 10 different classroom rules. I mean, they just kept going. It was the backpack's gotta be this way underneath the table. And again, the teacher missed the chance to introduce real instruction in the space. Her plan was, first day back, we're gonna go over the rules. We stayed there for a long time. Tamara texted me and said, we should go. We're not gonna see rigorous instruction right now. And I said, I know, the teacher knows that, so we're gonna stay a little bit longer. Because I just kept hoping she was gonna say, any more questions on the rules? Now let's break out your book, let's write an essay, let's get some shared learning. But we spent a whole instructional period in a classroom that they seemed like the best behaved 6th graders I've ever seen in my life. And then we ended up in an elementary school, and now we saw a teacher who had a very clear plan. It was published, it was there, she was on schedule, she was using the curriculum, she was using the ViewSonic, she had kids doing a read-along, and she broke the class out into 3 different small groups. And in the bottom right-hand corner was a student that clearly didn't know how to read. And of course, I gravitated over there because he was just trying to mimic what everybody else was doing, trying to get his finger on the book where everybody else was. He was engaged, but he didn't have the skill yet. And as I made my way over, the teacher stopped and she said, and I keep calling the kid Steve, because I don't know what the child's name was. She goes, Steve's brand new. We just got him a week before Christmas. I've already got him scheduled to be meeting with the reading interventionist. We have a plan for Steve. And I said, there it was. The teacher came in with a plan, she had the students engaged, she had the rigor, and she was able to identify where we need additional services. If I go backwards, there were no additional services coming for the 3 kids that failed that test. We just kept talking to the kids. We weren't identifying how do we get the right resources for our kids to know that we're gonna be able to reach them. And so this really is the way that when I walk a school, I just want to know you had a plan. Again, it doesn't have to look like Kagan's plan. That's 5 minutes, that's awesome. Great. So that's our work on best first instruction. I'm gonna let Tamara talk in 2 minutes about these slides.
Yeah, do you want me to?
Yep,
I
go
can
ahead.
run through them really quickly, since we've all read them. But you can tell we're using the, from that definition, those highlighted places, those are the places where building out the attributes are. So those are the attributes. And we're doing it, we talked about the attributes in terms of what's the programming we want to see, and that's at each level. Here's at elementary, here's at middle, here's at high school. And what will be different about this is we're being super clear about programming, and then we will put in place systems for accountability to make sure that all of our schools meet that minimum level of programming. The attributes, so that was programming. This is our attributes of ambition of each of the bolded areas. So we just pulled those out. You've had a chance to look at them, but within attributes within ambitious tier 1 instruction, attributes within highly effective instructors, attributes within students being able to pursue academic interests, and then attributes for boosting up and boosting forward, so intervention and acceleration. To get there, we really need to have the right infrastructure, and we're focusing in on the infrastructure of our staffing in terms of the instructional leadership team. And with that, we've defined it. You had a chance to look at it with the big picture of focusing on student achievement and what we're doing to address that. You can see there were 5 areas really specifically that an instructional leadership team really helps a school be able to do, and you can see them listed here with the primary focus to improve teaching and learning so we can improve student outcomes. And then what we did is this first round of thinking through infrastructure, what's the minimum level of roles that we need to have in place for an instructional leadership team to get this level of work done. And so you see the principal here and the assistant principal. They have both instructional roles and operational roles here. So it's important to have people that are focused on both. And then you see we've added language of master teacher, not officially, but we wanna know, like a teaching and learning coach that we currently have should be a master teacher. Because they should be somebody who's doing the work very well and then gets trained in the coaching of it.
Yep.
The team lead, right now, you can think of this like grade level teams, team leads. And where they're focusing on right now, we're focusing in on planning. So somebody who could have on a responsibility of working with their team in collaborative planning. And then lastly, the essentials team lead. This is for those subject areas that, you know, you might be the only music teacher within the school, right? So how do we have an essentials team lead that actually we can pull together music teachers from across other schools and they could get that same sort of support. So those are the ground level areas of roles that we would expect that we're trying to morph into for an instructional leadership team to deliver on the AMP. Eventually, this says ongoing work in very preliminary stages, but we take those attributes, we develop out success criteria, which you can see in the slides we've started to do, and then we can put into progress monitoring of the 4 goals, progress monitoring of those drivers, those 4 key areas that are bulleted in the definition, and then some monitoring systems, the one plan check-ins, the board updates periodically through our continuous improvement cycles that we now have, and then a formal site endorsement team connected to the success criteria, so we can say every school is endorsed at that level.
We want to give that stamp of approval. We don't want it to just be the platitude. We think that evaluating ourselves on that work and that promise to community. I always say it would be great. I love the attendance data you put. I'd love for a public comment to come forward to say, my school's attendance is lowest in its region. What are you doing about that? Like that's when we're truly held accountable. Just a couple of quick back ones. We owe it to the board as part of the budget build of how do we fund that instructional leadership team. We're not trying to add, the master teacher isn't a new role. We're just thinking, do we want them to be called teacher leader coaches? Or do we think that master teacher evokes a more formal relationship with how we own instruction in the building? And then you've certainly heard me talk about the addition of APs, 1, based upon enrollment, but 2, in changing that staffing formula, which is something that we get from the Allovue relationship, which is if we make some changes, what does that impact and how does it look? Right now, our principals are just stretched. It is hard to be a principal in District 11. We have a lot of operational challenges that we are working to overcome, but a principal really has very little choice when the boiler breaks and there's a teacher observation to do. They gotta go downstairs and make sure the boiler's getting fixed. And that's not a specific example, but we spend, as you saw that one chart, about 70% of our time handling things outside of doing the observations that are about instruction. And so we think that small investment of getting another administrator in the building. So we actually had a request come to me, $55,000 to add to the subline budget, because every time we bring a principal to principal training, we have to bring in a certified administrator as a substitute, because the law says we can't have a building without a certified administrator in the building, and if they go on vacation. And so like, we just have to think differently. We're spending money to Band-Aid it instead of actually building a team. The last thing I wanted to talk about was just go to the slide here. We showed you these maps before. We're starting the conversation of building backwards. We've gotten the feedback, there is interest at our elementary school level for a primary years IB program. So we have a high school that delivers IB diploma, we have middle years at North. So we are starting the conversation. Doesn't have to be in the central, but we believe that central elementary schools are best suited to complete a logical feeder for families that are very interested in IB. Primary years IB is not a program, it becomes a school-wide thing. So that's why we believe that there's an AMP opportunity for us to be able to do that work. So we're starting that conversation. We'll get interest from school leaders. We'll have them apply in the same way that we did Pathways before. Executive Cabinet will review, and then we'll bring that to the board for recommendation. We'd like to have that ready, that we could start next year as a phase 0 year for an elementary school to complete the IB pathway. especially now that we have a new opening at Palmer High School, interviewing for a new IB diploma high school grad principal. And that's 10 minutes.
Yep, and next stamp update, we'll go deeper in secondary, high schools, quality neighborhood schools in terms of high school, connected to our D11 graduate, our CTE work, financial literacy will be in there as part of graduation requirements. So things that the board's requested before, but connected to AMP.
What was the time?
18:25.
18:25.
Longest 10 minutes of my life.
That's right. Well, I would think they were great 10 minutes for you, Director.
They were.
18:25, hell of a year.
Hearing about the three vertices of the triangle and how teacher, student, and the content trigger, all of that goes together, the planning trigger. That kind of explains, puts everything in perspective as to how to observe where the best first instruction is taking place in the classroom.
So it's not, you have to use this lesson plan. But when you walk into a building and the plan is, I'm just gonna go over classroom rules for the day, I don't care what piece of paper you put that on. That's where principals should be leaning in and saying, you got 15 minutes to go over classroom rules because it's been a problematic class. You need to get to some core instruction today. There goes a day out the window.
Yeah. And just to let you know, I think we had an IB program at the elementary school level at Midland.
We did.
Yeah, it went away.
And it went away. So we're asking should we bring it back perhaps at a different location, and we'll go through that process. And I appreciate the area superintendents for reminding me of the rigor of the process that we've used before, and we'll use that again.
Okay, any further comments? So thank you for all the hard work put together by your team too here. That was a lot of time and effort that you guys put together. Even though, and I see what you guys are doing. On a Friday afternoon, you guys are still working, putting together the slides. So thanks for bringing all this together. Just to let the board know, on the other part of it, we will have executive session next week. I'm just trying to figure out when to start that executive session, understanding what are all the agenda items that we need to cover in executive session and how long we would need that time. Okay, I'll circle back with you and let you know. But just keep your it'll start at least at 4 o'clock, if not even earlier, depending on the content. Okay, with that, we are adjourned at 8:44 p.m.
It's all about the numbers. I knew
Yeah, I was